Welcome, everyone. This is Anna Seahawk, and we are live today at Okpok Talk, the Living Crafts Center, where there is it's like a museum. There's numerous things to do and see. They do guided tours every hour here, or you can do your own tour. Everything is really displayed super well here. And yeah, you can figure it all out on your own. Everything is really well laid out. And it's a beautiful day to come and check it out today for sure. So, yeah, the weavers are weaving. I can hear the shuttles flying from here. And they're always busy in there working on something. They also do their own dyeing here and they teach weaving. So, there's sort of two weaving sections here, one for the professionals and one for students. The one for students has a gorgeous view of the Mekong River. The other one, where the professionals are, has a garden view. And yeah, there's a cafe, and they're really relaxed here. You can just come and chill out. It's like a park setting here. Really nice food, really good beverages. They have, yeah, everything. Everything you could want and more. So I'm going to start the day off with a poem by Rumi. Well, it's translated, but yes, this is a Rumi-inspired poem, we'll call it. I'm not sure who the translator is for this, actually. The fragile veil. I need a mouth as wide as the sky to say the nature of a true person, language as large as longing. The fragile veil inside me often breaks. No wonder I go mad and disappear for 3 days every month with the moon. For anyone in love with you, it's always these invisible days. I've lost the thread of the story I was telling. My elephant roams his dream of Hindustan again. Narrative, poetics, destroyed my body, a dissolving, a return. Friend, I've shrunk to a hair, trying to say your story. Would you tell mine? I've made up so many love stories. Now I feel fictional. Tell me. The truth is, you are speaking, not me. I am Sinai, and you are Moses walking there. This poetry is an echo of what you say. A piece of land can't speak or know anything, or if it can, only within limits. The body is a device to calculate the astronomy of the spirit, the look through that astrolabe, look through that astrolabe and become oceanic. Why this distracted talk? It's not my fault I rave. You did this. Do you approve of my love and arrogance? To visit those shoes and jacket in praise. The absolute works with nothing. The workshop, the materials, are what does not exist. Try a sheet of paper with nothing on it. Be a spot of ground where nothing is growing, where something might be planted, a seed, possibility from the absolute. Rumi was like, when I stumbled upon him, my mind was blown. As a young girl growing up in Yellowknife in Canada's Arctic, yeah, he really, reading him really touched me. And yeah, it was like this whole other world that I could enter into. And I loved reading poetry when I was young and fairy tales. And yeah, they were more real to me than what was going on in the classroom, let's say. So now we wait, and I watch Lee eat such an inchy pancake. Now I want one. Flying pancakes. Today I made delicious coconut. Okay, think coconut, sacha inchi, and our own made fermented rice flour with raisins and spices and egg. It's like a muffin, but a pancake. I think I might have put a little bit too much star anise or clove in either my pancake or the masala I made this morning because my tongue is a little bit numb feeling now. Yesterday, this topic came up of volunteers, and we were sharing how a lot of these businesses, or not a lot, there's not a lot of them, there's not a lot of places like Okpok Talk or also the butterfly park where you have all of this garden to maintain and take care of, and then especially well, both places, the butterfly park, they have the infrastructure for the butterflies, and which is pretty intense. It's like having an animal. um Nothing's in cages there really. They just attract butterflies and give them a place to live, and then of course I mean, they could get out, but the garden is huge, and they have a huge bamboo structure around that whole area there. And then where the butterflies pupate, they have a special arrangement there to keep other insects away from damaging the cocoons, the pupas. Super interesting. Um, so all of these things, they take so much uh, effort, and it's really not possible without volunteers. So if you're a work aware, check out Luang Prabang. There's some really cool experiences to be had here as a volunteer. And I know Akpak Talk also definitely takes volunteers at the Living Crafts Center here. So it's a beautiful place to come and spend some time and um, feel the experience of working here and interacting and stuff like that. You get a lot of, it's a really unique perspective, actually. Yeah, maybe I go and grab someone. Let's see. The color, the light change.
You're just showing the same thing over and over and over and over.
Okay.
You're really weird. You're right. Filming the top. Yeah, it's not a great color count, but you're getting it. Obviously, it looks better in real.
Yeah.
How much is that one?
1 million
Oh,
kip.
that's not bad.
This one's 10. This one's vintage.
Vintage?
Yeah.
I wouldn't buy it. I don't think it's worth that.
Very old.
Yeah, well, that's why.
Yeah. It's because the technique is totally different.
Should have got a cheaper one.
The sides of the tent are really cool. I put that down to get some shade. But you can have I guess you can pop it up now. That's what they're all doing. Right over there. Got a tangle.
Oh no, you went around the ball.
Got a tangle.
It would look better if you just go with your phone out. Okay?
Yeah.
Switch back.
Sure. That's cool to try that out.
Yeah, like I can show stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to look at it.
You got me?
Yeah.
You want me to get some sweet potatoes?
Sure.
Just leave that, let that roll.
Yeah, we may as well. Maybe someone will have a question.
Just ready to go. Just sit down and speak.
Yeah.
Here, let's
I'll
do a
just
little-
check the chat.
Let's do a little one.
You never gave your love story yet.
You never did nothing. You never did it. How come? What's going on? Why isn't it switching? There. Oh. So, my love story. My story. Let's tell my story.
Mm.
It's just not coming today. It's like that, right? Sometimes it just doesn't want to do it.
What was your favorite part?
No. What was your favorite?
How did you like Seahawk? What was your impression of that place when we were there?
Try to be better with your mic. Like you can move the stand. You know what you do is you speak over it a lot instead of putting it farther more in front of you. So you can move the stand.
Yeah. Or what was the most interesting part of Seahawk?
I don't care.
Hmm.
You have funny questions.
Hmm.
People are
What's your
funny.
business? Give us your business idea. Boom, now. Just anyone, whatever one you're thinking.
Ferment.
Mm.
Ferment. Go buy broccoli, chop it up, boil it, right?
No, raw. You don't cook things before you ferment them. That's why you're fermenting them. I
No, but you told
do.
me not to ferment stuff. Like,
It depends what kind of ferment you're doing. If you're doing lacto ferment, then no, you
don't
don't.
throw big words at me. Just say when you ferment parsley. How do you ferment parsley?
Well, if you want to do a tonic, if you're doing
See, your mic stand is behind you.
water bar,
Your mic stand is behind you.
yeah.
My mic stand is in front of me.
My mic stand is in front of me.
No, it's not.
It's beside me.
Why are
The
you
mic is
arguing?
right here.
Move the stand in front of you. Yeah. So that the mic can be not like this,
Okay,
but like this.
gotcha. So it depends. If you're doing what you your fermenting thing is the water bar, right? You don't
How
want
do
to
you ferment
necessarily.
parsley?
If it's a leafy green and you're gonna do a shrub from it, then I would boil it and just use
How
the
does Zen
liquid.
Cleanse ferment broccoli?
I don't know. They probably put all of the organic matter into there
So
and
there,
then
that's what you do.
filter it through. Yeah,
Chop it
sure.
or
But
blend
you
it,
probably, yeah, maybe they do that. I don't know what
and
they do.
then put it in the water with the sugar.
Yeah,
And then wait 3 months.
yeah.
Then
Well,
strain it.
they do it longer than that.
Then sell it and make a cha-ching.
Yeah,
Big money.
these are vinegars.
Try
but
it
you really
yourself
don't.
first
Yeah.
and see the blah, blah, cleaning up. So that's where the money is. Pre-digested food.
Hmm.
Purified
Yeah.
food.
The fermentation process takes care of a lot of the toxins that are in there.
It purifies it.
Yeah. And it's more nutritious than the raw ingredient.
Yeah, mostly it's a problem of impurities.
Yes.
See, instead of saying toxicity,
Mm.
you could say impurities.
Yes.
Powerful.
Yeah.
You know what the setup's gonna be? Is all arms coming down. Swivels. There's nothing on the ground.
Mm.
That's why you need a cage.
Though? Oh, there. Well, you still need something. Yeah. There has to be a structure for the thing to hang down from.
Right.
Right.
But it's going out.
Mm.
And then you can hang chairs.
A hammock,
Everything.
perhaps.
Everything.
Mm.
That's what we're gonna do. A dome. And
Yes.
you hang your
The whole
cameras
idea
down.
of this beautiful tent
And your
was
mics.
for a
Everything is
dome to be
hanging
around.
down.
Yes.
Easy.
Yeah. Fun, even.
I know. Just push it up.
Mm.
Out of the way. So that's the other good idea, is be ready with audio video equipment to connect, because this technology is just really being tested now.
Mm-hmm.
So
People are just getting used to doing it.
There's barely any infrastructure for it.
Yeah.
Like YouTube sucks. Ass. But people use it.
And we are right now.
So, because magic can be carried with these forms of technology. Actually, magic is everything. So
Yeah.
people used to do magic on old dial-up phones. Now we do it with full HD video with condenser microphone. And Hollywood knows all about this. And so does, to an extent, people like Joe Rogan and Dale Big Tree, or like half truth, half lies. Oh, but they can't be told the whole truth because, well, they're right. It's true. People aren't ready to hear it. They can't. So when somebody is not ready to see that people aren't ready to hear the answers, then that's what they're having a trouble with. Is they're unable to see that. So they're like the fly in the glass window. They're still trying to get out, but they can't. But they haven't really realized it. So the frustration comes to potentially show them that they aren't, that it's impossible to give power to someone who is not hunting for power. So the whole idea of empowering women or empowering children is a lie, because the only people who can receive power are already hunting for power. So they're going to find it. So the only thing one can do is hunt for power himself, which is the only way to inspire someone who is not hunting for power. By shining one's light, by being that which cannot be looked down upon from any angle. It's what they call impeccability. Then people take notice and it vibrates them without words. Which is why we've been telling people to love their water. Because by loving one's water, one becomes the most powerful avatar, physical body avatar that one can have, which is a part of being impeccable. And it shows, it speaks without words. The body can finally demonstrate what it can, how beautiful it can be, how strong and reliable, without disease, without any downtime, it can become. Which is what really touches people. Which is why people like Danny can't stand coming in contact with us anymore, because we don't need to speak. We just stand there in our beautiful avatar with our silence, and he just feels like proven wrong by our presence. So he runs away.
There's a lot of initial
And
resistance.
that is powerful, because after a while, there's no escaping. Like he can't, for example, him, but anyone can't really run away from the memory, which they now have. The body knows that there are these people over there who are like shining, and they can't, there's no way to forget stuff like that, which is why people like plug their ears or, close their eyes, because they literally don't want to even have the memory, which will haunt them or stay with them. Which is why Carlos Castañeda came back to Juan Matus. Juan told him, "Why do you come back? After all this misery and walking through the chaparral for days and getting lost and thirsty and tired, why come back to this guy who laughs at your double chin because the body feels something that it then craves. So it's the body that brought him back. It's like he would be driving down to Mexico without really knowing or realizing, why am I going there? It was just the body would do it, get into the car and start driving because it wanted that jolt again to feel the wisdom. So the body has a wisdom of its own, which is why the water of Shiva, it's really difficult actually. Like if we wanted to force someone to wake up, like if somebody put a gun on my head and said, you have to force this person to wake up, and they're totally non-cooperative, so I would tie them down.
Tie.
Well, you have to, otherwise I get killed. So I would tie them down and start forcing them to drink their water. Probably, like, it would be really hard at first, obviously, because they want to be free. They don't want to be tied down, and they obviously don't want to drink their water. But after a while, the body would wisen up potentially so much that they would get over it. And they would maybe see why, well, you had a gun on your head and you had to do it, but they would understand the technique. So the sad part, well, it's not sad, but we can't tie people down and force them to drink their water. So we have to just, which is why I was so motivated at first, actually. And the relative lack of success in convincing people to love their water has sort of dampened the excitement of doing the protocol to the T, which is how one would get so beautiful and resplendent that there really wouldn't be anything to say. Just there it is. There's the water of Shiva.
One of the things I wanted to start doing is the Basti more.
And it's not just that. It doesn't just convince people of that. It also gives me extreme, vast amounts of power. Because all the people that are influential, all of them look good.
Sure.
All of them. If somebody is famous but doesn't look good, he never becomes influential. He can have a small cult following, but he can never become. What's a good example? I mean, there's Tom Cruise, obviously, but Tom Cruise doesn't care. Like, he doesn't. It's not really a good example. He doesn't want to do anything with his power. So
buy another car.
Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate looks good.
Yeah.
You cannot deny that for the amount of coffee that guy drinks. And imagine how he would look if he loved his water. Yeah, all the people, this famous politician in the States, the woman from Hawaii, she looks great. And Gabbard or something. Tulsi. Yeah, basically, like Joe Rogan used to look good, kind of. Not anymore. You can kind of see when he went rogue, sell out. Like, obviously, he sold out because you can't change your mind on the moon landing. I mean, unless you have some really good. There's no way to do this. Even the best MK Ultra techniques and drugs in the world will not be able to bury this level of obvious. The moon landing is obvious. It's too obvious. You can't turn around on this.
So many.
So we know he's a sold out, and from that moment when he's sold out, you can see really his physique went downhill. He got the double chin and triple chin and
stress. Now he's putting on the show. He's not himself
He's a liar
anymore.
now.
Yeah.
We can see it a lot in other people that lost the heart in what they were doing.
Mm,
Like
yeah.
Thibaut here. He's not, don't. He's not interested in this thing anymore. He even told me. So it shows in the attitude. Like my mother used to put me in her bookstore. And she said, if you don't want to be there, then you won't sell anything.
Yeah.
So that's how it is. And then Satya said it really well when he said that once people specialize, now they've found an efficient way of making money, and so they drag it, and they because there's no way to keep a passion for something forever. So like he said, the real master, when he masters archery, drops his bow because he's had enough
Mm,
archery. And then the mastery of archery was really just a way for him to understand the mastery of living. So it's just a teacher to show you that really you want to master life, which is impossible, but which is why it's done forever, for as long as one lives. So it's the real mastery, it's the mastery of living and loving. So when we lose interest in something and we drag it for monetary reasons, and we lose the path of heart, and then it's over until too much frustration or drama forces things. And people would be surprised if they just tried to abandon the path they're on because it's not a path of heart. Just doesn't mean they would abandon it. But it's like when Carlos told Armando to abandon his beliefs just for a while. And it really triggers people to think about that. And Armando didn't like it. He didn't want to not believe that whatever God is love or whatever he believed. But then Carlos told him, it's okay, you just go back to your beliefs later. And by just giving up the idea, let's say Thibaut didn't want to run Tangor anymore, and he would just let that feeling go through him. He might not actually give it up, but it would change his attitude to a point where actually it would be a totally different thing after that. It would change the nature of his relationship with it because he contemplated it truly, like he was ready to just whatever, abandon it. And he said it, and he said, I was ready, and then everything like just became black and everything became light, and then I was reborn. And that happens to people. They have like these eclipse of the soul where they totally go through, okay, I'm gonna leave my wife, or I'm gonna leave my wife and kids, or I'm gonna sell that fucking house, and then I'm gonna quit that fucking job. And they don't necessarily do it, but because they fully contemplated it, it operated a change of the posture they have towards that part of their life,
mm,
which triggers a change no matter what, even if they keep the house, the wife, the business.
mm.
So this is why they say take death as an advisor. It doesn't mean become morbid in the sense that you want to die. It's not a suicidal thing. It means to contemplate our death fully to a point where we actually experience almost death, or what it would feel like to be at that threshold, to be there for without any way back. For real. And then letting that state operate a change, because it advises us on what really matters. It really shows us all of these little trivial things are so trivial, and they really just take up a lot of mental and emotional space, and they don't really give anything. So death is our best advisor. It shows us how to let go of things that really don't matter. And it gives us silence. Because when we let go of all the things that don't matter, what's left is nothing. Because really nothing matters. So what is left in the end, when we really take death as an advisor, is full-on silence. And Juan Matus would respond to Carlos's question when he said, what is your trick? What is your secret sauce to your power? And Juan Matus would, that was his answer. That's it. So there's a silence in also letting people speak, which is why doing interviews is good, to just let other people speak and let them bathe in our presence without us necessarily speaking. And then sometimes we can bring things up like, oh, did you know that there's a large group of people who use scientific experiments to demonstrate that the earth is level and motionless? Did you know? Fascinating stuff. And then, yeah, at the end of the interview, obviously, after they've used a lot of energy so that it opens up their shield, because they don't have all of this moon ego. I want to speak. You let them like empty themselves, talk themselves exhausted, which is why the shamans would fast and do sleep deprivation. They would actually exhaust the mind. They would exhaust the ego to the point where they couldn't. This is why people have sort of transcendental experiences sometimes after a long day, either doing sport or like some really hard work, because their mind, their body is so exhausted that they can't uphold this false dialogue that they're having with themselves, and then they have this moment of silence. So you let them speak, you learn to listen, and then not in that listening be silent. And it's a beautiful way to touch people. So we're going to keep doing it. Show up right now. You're around Luang Prabang. We got a few hours left.
Yep.
You can come to Ukpaktuk. We're right here, right now, with 5-second delay.
Pretty wild.
Ho, 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 ho. Hey, is it twitching? Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Good. So that was Legal Dragon's interview.
Thank you. We had Mohana came on
Cool.
and she said hello in the live chat.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hello, Mohana. She's nice.
Yes.
I'm still going to do her website. And when it happens, everybody's getting a website. Maybe you want to put your sign down there.
Yeah.
So because they're kind of shy to come up to read it.
Mm,
I would just tape it to that.
pull.
Yeah. Here, let's see what Anna's doing.
What I'd really like to do before I move on from here is to have a little women's circle gathering in the tent here. Maybe some evening. That would be wild. No cameras, no microphones, just private gathering. Well, I guess we could have cameras and microphones, but it would be fun to have like a real intimate sharing. The last 4 years has been pretty crazy. And here in Luang Prabang, it's been very interesting. It was a ghost town, like unbelievable. It was eerie almost riding your bike downtown. There's just no people. And it's only really just in the last few months here that things have really come back to life. And it was a like sharp curve also. The like zero to hero. Like everybody was kind of caught off guard. The businesses and yeah, they were like, "Whoa, staff." So Yeah, a big issue.
Look at the camera. Let me see.
Hmm. So it's so nice to have all of this activity back again. And you could really feel the community. You can really feel the community here, but it was just, this is the interaction and the whole multicultural aspect of this town and what the kind of people it draws in is really unique, and it was missed. Definitely missed. So a lot of businesses just couldn't make it. The It was too long, and yeah, it's a totally different scene now out there. And a lot of change too in the people that are coming here, actually. Um, a lot more people from China and Thailand, a lot more local, like local traffic. Hong Kong, Singapore. It's a beautiful place to come if you really want to feel nature in its raw form, then this is the place to come. I spent a lot of time in Chiang Mai, and yeah, you can get out in nature there, but I don't know, it's just not the same. It feels so much more wild here, and I really feel like the river has a lot to do with that, just having the access to the Mekong River. And Luang Prabang unique that it's Luang Prabang is really a peninsula where the Nam Khan and the Mekong River intersect each other. So you can go swimming in either or. And there's lots of little stairways going down to the river, both of them from here. You see kids playing in the heat of the summer down there all the time. And yeah, there's kind of always something happening at the river. It's really like when it's the rain season, it's a little bit different, obviously. But now the dry season coming and the water level is dropping. And there's like a really beautiful beach. Uh, there's some little beach spots that you can find down there. And it's almost like being at the ocean. It's pretty wild. Yeah, that was one of the things I really loved about this place was because I grew up in Yellowknife in the Arctic of Canada, and it was all lakes, of course, and rivers. So, yeah, I felt that, and a lot of wilderness. So I felt that back again, as opposed to being on the ocean. Although I have lived and worked on the ocean in Canada after I graduated from high school, I moved to Quadra Island, British Columbia, and I did a scuba diving lodge there with my partner at the time. And yeah, we had a really great time there. But it was a big change for me to go from all this fresh water to salt water. Um, yeah, it was like a foreign object. But it was not long. I fell in love very quickly. I was actually there on holiday uh, on Quadra Island when I first swam in the ocean. And yeah, got my first taste of salt water, and which was a shock. At first I was like, "Oh," and then um, I looked into the water and it was so full of life. It was just blown away. Really different than when you go into a lake. It's not like that. So, scuba diving, yeah, there's a whole other world that exists in the ocean. Pretty amazing. And Quadra Island, the Inside Passage there, is one of the best places to go for scuba diving in Canada, anyway. Well, in the world, really, it ranks right up there. Uh, yeah, I really enjoyed my time there. So I'll actually be returning there for a short visit. And yeah, you should just take the pancake container. There's not really many in it. The orange bag? Just take those things out. There's only 3 things in it. Just put them, yeah. It sounds like Anika's motorbike. Mm. I really thought more people would come to check this out. I'm not gonna lie. I would have, well, whatever. That's what it is what it is. I'm very happy for even just the chance to set up and the beautiful space to set up the tent and to use it. And I'm so grateful to Joe here at Okpok Talk. Now I want to have someone else speak. What other stories can I share about this place? When we first came here, um, one of the things that surprised me was being able to see elephants. If you get off the beaten path here, even just a little bit, I mean, we must have been close to somewhere that was. There's a few elephant sanctuaries here, or I don't know. We we crossed the Mekong River and went onto that side, and yeah. Oh, there's people. They look like they're interested. I'm just gonna go and see if they want to come. Mm. So, indeed. I think now I've made them afraid to come by the entrance of the tent. They're like, avoid, avoid. People are I mean, I get it. I'm sitting here myself now feeling the same thing as they are. The apprehension of engaging is real. There's so many people in town though right now. It's just crazy. Like, I haven't seen it this busy in 4 years. So wild. Everybody's pretty grateful. The whole energy of like I was saying before, the children were really resilient. The children were happy. And, but you could tell the parents, like the community was like, woof, this is a hard time. But, yeah, there's a real vitality to the community again. It's really nice to feel that. Again, I'm sure there's many places that are going through the same thing. But because Luang Prabang is pretty isolated, uh, it was extremely quiet. Um, so, not the same. My trip to Georgetown recently was like, wow, it was so much busier there and so much more activity compared to here. And I was just like, wow, this is, I just wondered what the experience was like there, really. I mean, I have friends there, so they shared a bit with me how it was, but there's nothing like experiencing the real thing firsthand. And so I'm really glad we were here for this great lockdown. Um, it really was a time where we both went in and we were like hermits, and I haven't done as so much reading in the last 4 years. And I thought I had already like really done a lot of reading, but the last 4 years, I broke my reading records. And yeah, a lot of unlearning and relearning, and a lot of exploring and considering. And it really, my perspective uh, changed a lot in the last 4 years being here. It was super interesting, like going to the farmer's market and buying groceries. I was actually buying less because they were constantly giving me more. They didn't want to carry all of it back, and they know they're not going to be able to sell it all. And so, especially at the beginning, because all of the farmers and everyone was all ready for all of these people that constantly come through here. And when the great lockdown began, it was just crazy. The amount of food waste that happened here was shocking, actually, to witness. And for a little while, food was actually cheaper. Um, Now it is not, but everywhere has felt the inflation. But still, in a sense, like, because when you're, I don't know, so many generous people here. Even the lady that does our fresh pressed sugarcane juice for us. Every once in a while, she'll give me like 3, 4 eggs extra from her hens, or a pumpkin, or moringa leaf from her tree, or a little bit of fruit that they have extra from, must be something growing in their garden. Like, always, just consistently, she has been like that with us. So amazing. You really do. I've never really had that experience anywhere else I've lived. Well, no, not like here. Really super friendly. And I don't want to like say there's no crime here because there's crime everywhere. But this is one of the safest places I've ever felt. Um, I feel completely safe being out on my own at night. Um, I don't know. You pick up a lot from children, how the children behave in the community, and that really sets a tone for how safe you feel in a community. And when kids are out roaming around, like playing with their friends and playing street ball and going down to the corner store for a lollipop or a coconut water or whatever, or some barbecue, it, they're not like monitored, like their parents trust their children here. And they have a lot of freedom of movement, which is how I grew up, with a ton of freedom of movement. Um, and you feel safe in places like that where the kids are given that like privilege. It almost feels like a privilege now because of a lot of places in this. Yeah, a lot of places is not like that at all. There's a and I mean even the not a lot of technology here still. I mean there's fiber, but and they went from no computer to the cell phone here. So they skipped the whole laptop phase. So not a lot of people have a laptop or a home computer, but and I mean it's not like there's not so much affluence here, so the kids don't have phones. So you really feel that like how I don't know, it's different when you're not having when you don't have this thing to check in with or this device to distract you. The Our phones have become huge distractions with all of the apps you can get on it and all of the ways that you can be social online. So I feel lucky that I grew up in a time where that had not been introduced yet to society. Really interesting. I'm so surprised that no one comes for an interview today. Wow. Anyway, what is the time now? Wow, 11:15 already. So 45 more minutes and then the fermented fire cider workshop, which we'll also be recording. And I really love fermented tonics, I will call them. I use these other names, fire cider, I mean, I guess you could call it vinegar, but to me, they're more tonics. And I love all the ways that you can make these fermented tonics and all the different ways that you can flavor them. And so yummy and refreshing. Man, you cannot beat a fermented tonic. You just can't. They used to call this a shrub, and they would have shrub bars. Uh, Before alcohol was a very big thing. They had fermented shrub tonic bars. And so you could go and choose from a wide variety of different, most of them were fruit based because this is what they did with the leftover fruit. You can only eat and process so much, like process in, I mean, like this, the traditional ways of preserving food. So usually that's eating it fresh. Preserving would be mostly sun drying or fermenting or canning. Uh, but can't these all the tonics? It's like a special, I don't know, a special art, let's call it. You don't see a lot of it, but I think it's going to come back because it's so yummy and easy to do. This lady has a beautiful dress on, but she's not coming. Well, my camera, my tech man is gone, and so he can't even pause it. And I have no one to talk to now. Okpok Talk is just a little bit out of town. They actually have Okpok Talk has a free shuttle from downtown Luang Prabang to the Living Craft Center here. So take advantage of that and come and check it out. It's so worth it. This is really like, I would say that this place is even a reason to come to Luang Prabang because you really get the firsthand view and experience of what it's like to weave one of these textiles and to really see the process of it. It gives you a whole new appreciation for the clothes you're wearing. And uh, I always have loved textiles, but when I came to Lao, it really ignited that even more in me. And then I was like on this crazy mission to have all of um, to switch out all of my linens and stuff to not just natural fibers, but made by someone, or at least, I don't care if it's a machine loom, actually, but I love the natural dyes and I love the way they do it, the cotton growing here, and just how they do the whole process. And I don't know, there's something about it, the energy there. And I love how, like, the errors that you can, I mean, this one's really well made. You might be able to find an error in there if you really took your time and looked through it. But um, a lot of the village textiles that come down from the village, once a year, they have a market here at the Living Craft Center in March, and all of the weavers come down from the village, from the hill tribes with their textiles, and they sell them, like the reams of them. And those are the ones that usually will have more errors in them. And I love that whole idea of, like, I just wonder when I see the error, I'm like, what was it? Was it a barking dog? Was it a crying baby? Like the dropped thread, right? So I love that energy of it. It's really beautiful. And the smell is totally different. The smell of the fabric with the natural dyes is totally different than the chemical dyes. Especially the indigo smells so good. We actually did our bed sheets. We had to sew two of the panels together to make what that happen. But yeah, I love it. I love the energy of it. Sleeping in that. So I try to have of course, handmade fabric and then made into clothing is not cheap because it takes a lot of time to do all of that. But cherish every piece that I have. And of course, not my whole wardrobe isn't made of handmade textiles, but I sure wish it was. I guess I could go like monk style and just have a very small wardrobe, but not there yet. What did you find at the market?
Same stuff. I get the same. Except I didn't get the deep fried stuff.
Yeah, the deep fried stuff is, it was okay that one time.
Well,
Yeah,
here, I'll just sit there.
sure. So we got a sweet potato. Wow, many. Many sweet potatoes. Hmm. Oh, purple today.
Mm.
Purple sweet potatoes. How come mine not coming up? Boom, boom. There we go.
You need to talk in the mic. You keep talking over your mic and you're wondering why it's not working.
You took the camera from me.
I took the camera?
I'm just joking.
Yeah, because I talk in the mic.
Mm.
Hope this one's better. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Better than my last one. The last one, the one I got yesterday was yucky.
Whoa, wasn't that bad?
Yeah, it was.
You still ate it.
Yeah. But it tasted like nothing.
Mm.
It was like chewing stuff. Mmm.
Mm. Eating the dragon fruit really reminds me of like a chia seed pudding or something like that. Mm. It's crazy how the skin, you can just peel it off of these. Sweet potato, yum.
Mmm.
I went out and invited two girls in, but they weren't really into it. Maybe the weekend would be better.
Mm.
Dry.
What?
Dry. Mmm. It's like amethyst.
Mmm. Wow.
That was
I was
quick.
I was thirsty. Actually. That's what happened.
Mm. You'll have to go get it wet. Do you want to pass me an apple? And then before we go, I'll do one more rooming poem after my apple.
Let's see. You should go eat it outside.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. different colored one. I feel like having a little nap. I could demo my favorite move. Drink some tea?
Not hard.
No, this is not so loud. Water?
Yeah. The other. The other thing.
Do you have a cup?
What's in that?
Water?
There's water.
What you have there?
No, I know. Please. Can you answer me, please?
Here.
What's in that?
This is a shrub. That's more this for the demo. Where you can mix water with this shrub. That's pretty soupy. Back and laying down.
Should have had it.
A little bit tired, but good.
But you woke up again early?
Yeah, we're on our 4 a.m. schedule again.
What is your schedule?
Getting up at 4,
Yeah.
so bed earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're actually still alive. You wanted to do a quick something.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get some shorts. I mean, there's going to be a lot of shorting,
Yeah.
so I'll do it later. And just clip.
I was actually, I want to set up an Instagram, but like I thought, oh yeah, then I want nice pictures. Oh, my telephone is full with everything.
Yeah.
Let's structure this first.
Yeah. You know, you should, before Lee is gone, take your phone, save all your contacts, get the things off of it that you want off, and wipe it and start again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to go outside to do it.
That kind of happening now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I want to just make like these maps of it, like and then just put it on my external hard disk,
Yeah.
and then make it totally empty,
Mm-hmm.
and then I can post it later.
You don't have to take anything off of it. Whatever you've saved off of it.
Right, it's fine.
Yeah. You don't have to go in there and start delete, because you'll just leave a bunch of cookies crumbles.
Yeah.
And it'll take you so much time. Yeah.
That's cute.
It'll take you so much time. It'll just take you so it's not even worth it. And then Lee can just hit the delete button and it's just gone, and then you have
So
like
you
the
mean-
phone new again.
I just
Like you get it right from the the day you bought it. Nothing. You can save some stuff like your WhatsApp, make sure you save your contacts, and then you can back up your WhatsApp if you want to keep all of that
No, I
history.
don't.
Then you just get your phone back new.
Yeah, because I am now just taking out what I want.
Yeah, just do that.
I know it annoys me a little bit that you need to do it frequently, which
Yeah. Do you have a Google? Do you have a Gmail? When you start your new thing, get yourself a new Gmail.
I will. Yeah,
That's what I did.
it's a good idea.
Yeah. And then get in the camera frame here. And then if you get a Gmail, then you have like you can use their photo thing to keep your stuff. It's on their cloud, but whatever. And then it's not on your phone.
No, exactly.
You can delete the photos,
Yeah,
and they're still
put
in
it
your.
in the cloud, and if the ones I really want to keep, I just put it on my external
Yeah.
thing.
And then you can do it from your laptop,
Yeah,
because you can go into your
Yeah,
Gmail on
exactly.
your laptop and save your pictures.
yeah.
What? Are we live?
Of course.
Cool.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah. Do you want some potato?
Yeah.
I peeled some of the skin off, but I'm being a rogue
I gave you
today.
yesterday a plate with avocado, but not
Yeah.
knowing that you were.
This salad? Thank you.
I
I
don't know.
was wondering who it came from. I'm like,
Oh,
you bought us lunch.
It happened kind of.
thank you.
Yeah, sure. It was funny because I ordered obviously for
I think Joanne.
more than myself.
She did. She probably wanted
Like, and then I realized,
I thought it was Joe. I thought it was Annika because she just went to lunch.
yeah.
I was like,
Oh,
oh,
funny. Yeah.
that was hilarious yesterday. With the lady thinking that Lee was your husband.
Yeah. But I mean, it's really only Lao people. I said, I'm sorry, it's just Lao people confusing us. So then my husband goes with my sister to Mexico. Yeah, why not? obviously, like for Julie, I think she was like, huh? But a lot of people are.
Mm.
But we understand it. We saw it kind of in the interview, right?
Mm-hmm. I brought you some Sacha-inchi powder, which I forgot
Oh.
to give you. Here, I'll have that. Oh.
Oh, I give you one.
Oh, yeah, there.
No, I want that one.
Yeah, I really want to also do a nice little plasma exchange. Not that kind of exchange, but but kinda.
If she would be pregnant, I would have said yes.
I know, right? My daughter-in-law.
Mm.
I was like, when I found out that she was having a baby, I
Mm.
was saying to my son, I'm like, can you just keep it? But they're just totally not there at all. So maybe when I'm there, and it'll be different.
Can I eat your placenta, please?
One of the I want to do an interview with her actually. I can't remember her name now. Anyway, she's in Panama, but she didn't cut the cord, so you keep the placenta
Yeah.
attached to the baby,
Yeah.
and then you
Oh, wow.
salt pack it.
Mm.
You pack it in salt,
Yeah.
and the baby still gets the nutrition from there until it falls off the baby
Yeah.
itself.
Wow.
And then you take all of the salt away, and the mother eats that portion of the placenta.
Yeah.
And yeah, whenever she said when she was telling the story to me, she said every time I tell this story, I start to salivate because it actually tastes so good. I was like, wow.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, however you choose. You
All
can,
these things we don't know.
Yeah.
She did her first birth wasn't, but the second child she had, they call it a free birth. Have you ever heard that term? Free birth?
I'm not sure.
So,
It's not in the water.
no, a free birth is when you don't have a midwife.
Yeah, without anybody.
on your own.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about it, yes.
So she wanted to do that, but her friend midwife said, you can't for your first. You can't. You have to have someone there for your first one. And then for her second, yeah, she had a free birth. I just can't even imagine. But yeah, when you feel it, right? Everyone's different.
Yeah.
So just go with that. But yeah, what an experience. On one of the group calls that every once in a while on one of the group calls, I'll be like, before we start, I'm like, okay, I want to hear like something about everyone before we get started. And so I asked everybody to share a short story of their birth, everyone was a mom in the group. So they all shared their birth stories. It was really cool. Actually, really cool way to start.
It's so interesting. I mean, so many factors involved, right? How you can really focus and tune into your nature. Especially, I think 3 months before you give birth. Like, I was in a business.
Yeah.
So, obviously, and
Yeah, I worked through most of my pregnancy too.
yeah.
In my own business.
Yeah, exactly.
Not working for someone else. I've never actually worked for someone else.
Oh, wow.
I've always been self-employed.
Yeah.
Well, with my family. So, not,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Well, actually, when I was a teenager, I did have a job at the swimming pool. But anyway, that was totally different.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you were saying you worked until you were
8 months. Then we flew to
Mm.
Netherlands, right? From
Mm.
Laos to Netherlands. Mm.
Yeah, I never really thought of that part until, I mean, it totally makes sense. But yeah, a lot of foreigners, a lot of foreign women that, a lot of people that live in, women that live in Laos that have babies fly back to their home countries to do that and then return
It's actually more like,
for the passport thing and all that kind of stuff.
yeah, too. But I think for me, mainly, like, I really want to be on the same page with the people around me.
Mm,
Like in Holland,
communication.
yes, because I noticed when I went for the first ultrasound in Thailand, I know I will get angry at the doctor because I'm full on hormones and I just want to feel we are like
Mm,
understanding each other and
Mm.
not without hidden questioning or something. I don't know, like in here they're quite indirect, right? So, and I come from a very direct culture,
yeah.
and I thought I want to just what is safe, but I just feel I'm not per se because I think I'm not thinking that it's much better in the Netherlands if you have medical care. I think in Thailand it can be okay too.
Mm-hmm.
But the communication was just communication, and indeed the passport thing and stuff, so that was good.
Yeah. Penang was actually, I just remember now, there was a lot of women come from Indonesia to give birth in Penang.
Malaysia,
Penang was like a medical center hotspot. There's so many hospitals there. So many, like a hospital, what do they call that? Medical tourism.
Oh yeah.
It's really big there.
And I knew in Thailand they would more quickly go to what C-section, which I actually was the last thing I wanted, which happened in Netherlands. Yeah, because usually you go to a midwife, right? But I was not able to follow that procedure because I came late. And then you cannot just step into a midwife practice. Hello.
Wow.
Yeah, so I had my cousin being a gynecologist going to her hospital doing the last checkups, and then I was 8 days overdue, I would say, and then my amniotic fluid was finished, and then they started medical procedure to do like a drip with oxytocin and stuff, which
To induce the labor.
yeah, which didn't proceed well. I mean, after many hours, like after like 10 hours of contractions, it opened my womb just for 4 centimeters.
Wow.
Even we did like acupuncture before, right? To really try to induce labor and kind of naturally. But yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I
So
was
you-
okay. I mean, it was
Yeah. You're
It's
still
just-
here.
Little deal and it's still
Strong
there,
and
yeah.
healthy, and
yeah.
so is Dion. So it all went
Yeah.
so good. Just a different experience.
Yeah, and I hard to tell. Like when my mom was pregnant, there were no ultrasounds. So it's fine, how things go.
So you ended up with an emergency cesarean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Mine was planned cesarean,
Right.
so that was easy.
Why
In a
was
way.
it planned?
He was backwards and upside down. So
Wow.
he was all the ways that you're not supposed to be. And then when during the cesarean, they were like, oh, another thing. He had the cord was wrapped around his neck twice. So I'm pretty sure that's why he didn't
For Dion too.
turn. Oh, wow.
Yeah. And the umbilical cord was placed just like in the placenta in a place, totally not in the middle. It was really on the edge where it still could get just all the nutritions.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Wow.
But it looked very pretty. Like the nurse was really like, look at the placenta. And all of a sudden I go, wow. Yeah.
Cool. Wow.
People make capsules out of it.
Yeah.
Right? Or they free whatever they you
Yeah,
can do
they
anything.
freeze dry
Yeah.
it and then put it into capsules, and then the mother takes that for the days afterwards.
Yeah.
I was totally not, I was like my old self when I had Angus. I wasn't like, the really big change in my life didn't come till after he was born, actually.
Yeah.
And actually giving birth, that kind of spurred it,
Hmm.
the change to come. That was when I was like, okay, let's do the chartered herbalist course. I was really then thinking more about my own health, and you know, then you're feeding another person.
From you, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the pregnancy too, but I don't know. There's a big shift that happens when you walk home with a new baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And now becoming a grandmother.
Being.
Yeah. Being. It's like another big inner shift.
In what way?
I don't know. It's really like, in a way, it sort of reminded me of being pregnant again and having a baby, and like you just start, like, that whole process sort of gets replayed in a new way, because it's like now it's your child, and I don't know. So it really, that heart cracking open when you give birth, that sort of feeling came back again, where I was just like, oh my gosh, this is changing something. But it also really showed me, or you really see how the lineage actually follows the woman, not the man. So having a son, and him, like his wife having a baby, it's a lot, I don't know, it feels a lot different than if it was with my daughter.
Yeah.
You really see that.
Yeah.
It's because I think part of it is also because you don't have the connection. I don't have the same connection to my son's wife as I do to him.
Yeah.
And it's really the mother.
Yeah.
She decides what she decides.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it. So, one of my friends in Georgetown, she was in a relationship, and then she got pregnant and had the baby, and things didn't go well in the relationship, and she ended up breaking up, and she was really worried about they were gonna, the baby be taken away from her. I'm like, you're the mom, are you not? It's like, you have all the rank here, all of it. It's just different.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's, you can only kind of validate or confirm when, I mean, you know how it is really to take care of 24/7.
Yeah.
Or,
yeah, it's different
yes.
than for the father. It's just different.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so many decisions as well just to make, like you, okay. I just do what I feel and say. I mean, yeah, you cannot just say how to do this, how to do that. No, you just do it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. There was someone said something to me. It was a male, and he was like, "Oh, I don't know how to take care of kids." I'm like, we all know how to do that.
Yeah.
We were born knowing.
Yeah.
that information you're born with.
Yeah.
And whatever pieces are missing are
You fi-
triggered when you go through the act.
you figure it out.
When you're part of the creative
you
process.
just yeah.
And men are obviously part of the creative process, but
Yeah.
yeah, you really see how the lineage follows the woman actually. You take your husband's last name, but it's really the other way around should be.
Actually, Olaf was honored. He said, "Oh, that I let Dion have his family name."
Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, my phone is ringing. Sorry. Kitchen. Kitchen back. Apa di lon? Yung mga. Bo, ko đây. Đeo lao lôm na mia lao ko đây. Bo, ko mia bia di ni. Ko ap chao ko ba ko kit ba mi yan de. Bo, ko tan tan. Ko chay. We have a German neighbor. And it's fine.
Oh, only 20 after. So, what did you want to talk about? I'm gonna adjust this just a little bit higher. Plasma, Lawang Prapang. I actually spoke earlier a little bit about the butterfly park, and just because I was sitting here and I was just kind of going over yesterday, like how much work is involved to maintain these kinds of endeavors. Yeah.
Yeah, how much work is it? I mean, you can make it as extreme as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Want.
Mm-hmm.
And I think over time things balance. I mean, you look through your own eyes. You look through the eyes of people visiting. You stay longer in this culture. You know, it gets more a blend.
Yeah.
Which is kind of freeing as well. Yeah, I really, like I said yesterday to Olaf, like, do you remember when people walked kind of the wrong way out and then they would come to the construction area where the guys are always preparing, you know, and then we were like, no, you cannot walk there. And then totally fine, you know, now it's totally fine. It's really, yeah, it's interesting. Like, it's kind of freeing to loosen the perfection, the idea of perfection, let's say like this, because it's your own conditioning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just kind of more towards the enjoying where you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of more like, I want this and it has to be like this, but more like, okay, we get kind of more feel with all your senses what it is to keep up a place, you know? It has its seasons, literally, and the flow of people coming through and then not.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, the dive lodge we had was really seasonal like that. So you had this like rush.
yeah.
And then you knew that the quiet time was coming.
Yeah. and it's a choice. Like, some people say you have to do like this online and that online and go to the hotels and do this, and I said, and what about me, you know, like would it be my lifestyle which I would be happy with if I would do that.
Mm.
I said no,
Yeah.
no. I mean, of course, I we did it, and but because it's a family structure as well, like people like, oh yeah, nice. Who are you? Like, yeah, I think you're friendly, and then and as well, like for especially for locals, like growing up in nature,
Mm-hmm.
never been to a museum,
Mm-hmm.
so the distance is not big enough yet to value it in a way which you can see more in retro perspective, I would
Mm-hmm.
say. Like, oh yeah, this is really beautiful flower, or like this, they love nature
Mm-hmm.
in a very different way, very from what can I eat from this, you know?
Ah, yeah. How can they make use of it?
How can I make use of it?
Mm-hmm.
Or with the bamboo, how can I build something
Mm-hmm.
with this, or can I eat it? And so it's a very different approach, which is totally fine. And so I think it's nice to get more blended in this, right? Like I grew up in a very kind of modern.
So if you had to do it all over again, what would be some things you would do differently, or what are the things that you were like, wow, this
Yeah, I actually cannot say because I could say things which would really would how do you say, disadvantage the whole adventure, like the not knowing,
yeah.
the naivety in the most fun and
Yeah.
positive
Yeah, that's how
way.
these always start, right?
Yeah,
And
just
that's
the
what you
total spark, kind
Yeah.
of nearly nuts, just
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to know it all. You nothing and
No.
you just trust. You just trust.
Yes.
You didn't even actually worry about it, trusting it working out. You just
No.
you knew that
Yeah.
part already.
Yeah.
And you were just in the creative process was just happening through you
Right.
because of the enthusiasm.
Yeah, and you go through any kind of stage, you like well, after 1.5 years, like, what have I done?
Yeah.
I'm so tired. Where is everybody? No idea. Like, family, friends, yeah, here too. Like, oh, where is my anchor point? Like, and then again, you go through, like, it's just a flow.
Mm-hmm.
And you are with yourself. You really get back to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
No distractions.
Yeah.
And of course, you have a partner
Mm-hmm.
in this, at least for me. And you have your individual process, and you go through a process together, very
Yeah.
like working together
Yes.
and not knowing each other in this yet.
Yes.
I would say traveling can be interesting, and setting up something together.
Yeah, that's
and
a
building.
that's a whole other
It's
thing.
yeah, in a total new context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you really get to know each other over again
Yes.
because you're changing in
Yeah.
the process of that creative
Yeah.
opening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched my parents worked together, so I've always been around it.
Yeah.
My parents went to work together, and
Yeah.
that's all I've ever really known.
Yeah.
So I really saw the dynamics between them.
I saw it with my auntie and uncle as well,
Mm-hmm.
and finding their way
Yeah.
in this, because I went there frequently as a child as well with their own business. Yeah.
It's very different than couples where they're like they don't see each other all day or multiple days, or
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that do like camp work in Canada anyway. It's pretty popular. You're going somewhere
Yeah.
to work out
Yeah.
in camp. That's actually how my son works actually.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Different.
he's
right?
not always home.
No.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, so what I cannot say what I do differently. because it was then, now, and now
Yeah.
is now, right? Now, then, now, and
Yeah.
now. Yeah. It was just great to feel, to do, and allow myself to do something totally new.
Yeah.
Totally new.
Yeah.
And you can. Everybody can. Everybody is fine and unique and special. So it's not about the special people being capable. It's really the art of allowance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something about like when I started the dive lodge, I didn't even question in myself if it was going to be successful. It was like just not even
No,
there.
because you
And
wanted
it
to
was
do
just
develop.
like, yeah, you're just doing this
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Would you call it, like, I call this, what we do now is like kind of a lifestyle project, you know, like the way, because privacy, I mean, the way we live and work is so integrated. So it's,
Yeah, art.
yeah,
Yeah, that's actually how I call it. Like living as art. Like you are the tapestry hanging on the wall. You are the hand
Yeah.
carved bowl. Like you're, um, yeah. So, your body is part of the creative process, and so it's all, connected,
yeah,
really. And then it shines through. Your passion shines through, like what you do in the material world.
yes, yes,
And your body
yeah,
even.
yeah,
Yeah.
go through everything, right?
Yeah. I mean, it starts there, actually. The self-support.
Yeah,
And the more kind of grounded you are in yourself, the easier it is to be creative and do other unique things because you're not sitting there worry in self-doubt,
mm-hmm,
which is what kills all of your creativity,
yeah,
really. And then the flower never opens,
yeah,
so to speak,
yeah, it's cannot
if you don't
open.
allow that to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think now I will, like, now I'm setting up my own business, right, as well,
Yeah.
like you in your way, and
Yeah, we're both taking
another dive,
yeah.
but and really taking care for myself. I mean, anyway, you want to inspire people too. That's just
Yeah.
how you are, and you cannot help it. It's just
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah. And it's mostly like just from really based on companionship.
Yeah.
Like I love my friends. And when I find something for myself that's good, then I just want to obviously share that
Yeah.
with
Exactly.
other people.
Yeah.
And it was like that really from the start too, like the butterfly park. You know, the scuba diving was like that same thing. Like,
Yeah.
it was like this other landscape that you could go and see, right? And that I was passionate about. So then I wanted to share that with other people.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So it's sort of the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frequency. I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah. But now it's more easy for me to keep focus on, like, the art of allowance, right?
Yeah.
And feeling good,
Yeah.
and really the passion for life to share, and especially through mindset and health. I mean, what comes together with nature, which you
Yeah.
are, right? So it's
That
connected.
really is a big thing. I think that the last 4 years really showed everyone in some way was this, when the Great Lockdown first started, it was like so bizarre for me as like a total nature lover. I'm like, okay, it's like you're not allowed to go make contact with that which makes living possible. Like, what? That's what that Great Lockdown equated to for me. That was what that message was.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
you're no longer allowed to go make contact with that which makes living possible. I'm like, okay, we've got what's going on.
Something upside down going on. Yeah.
So that really was a big wake up for me this last 4 years.
Mm.
And I think people are just, a lot of people really, they got that message, maybe not quite the way I did, but similarly enough, like everybody's thirsty to just get out and roll in the grass and smell, like, just to make contact with nature again and be in the wildflowers and, feel that softness of nature in their lives again. I think
Yeah.
it's really missing.
And the joy,
Yeah.
pure joy
Yeah.
of feeling that.
Yeah.
And the smell and all your
Oh
senses.
my gosh. I just, on Quadra, when I had the guest house, I had a nice vehicle then, and I could take like 3, 4, 5, 6 people. I had like a Land Rover with two little seats that fold out in the back. And so I'd be like, okay, we're going down to the South Bluffs, and there's like a huge sloped hill there with all these little wildflowers that would come up in the spring. And I'd be like, okay, we're all going to lay down and we're going to roll down the hill like you're 10 again. And just totally spontaneous trips I would take my guests on in nature like that. And I mean, I was doing it for myself. I was just inviting them on for the ride, really. And I really, even though we were here and we had the ability to connect, that's really what saved me. I can't even imagine being in a mega city and you're allowed to like go out and go to the corner store and come back. I mean, I just couldn't even imagine what that reality would have been like. So
No, I mean, me too. Like, sometimes I wonder, like, being here so long, what what change have I gone through? It's hard to tell.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to discover that after I'm gone from here.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
It's not until you make a shift from the space
Yeah.
that you get another different perspective because you've like not moved on, but you've decided, okay, it's time to, let's have a different experience now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even now, like for me, from living in the butterfly park, now I'm living there part-time, right?
Right. Now you're living in town.
In town too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need time just to...
Yeah. And you were living in town before, but now you're living in town with your son, and now you have the whole school
Yeah, I did
thing
never
and all
lived
the
in Luang Prabang,
dynamics.
right?
Oh, okay.
I only lived in the village.
Ah, okay.
When we were building the butterfly park, we lived in a bamboo house.
Mm.
And then after 9 months, we started living there in the butterfly park. So I've never lived in Luang Prabang.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Just 11 years in a
Yeah.
village.
The Luang Prabang kind of feels like a
Village.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really. Especially when all the tourists were gone.
Mm-hmm.
Then it felt
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
so interesting.
Yeah.
This whole area. I mean, as soon as you get on this side of the mountains, like really Luang Prabang is like, you're really in the foothills of the Himalayas here. Like Vientiane, the capital, it's like flat, where the flat land
Yeah.
starts. And it's a totally different feeling there, everything. I haven't been in years, but yeah, the farther north you go in Laos, the more
Really? Like hillside tribes.
Yeah.
Hill tribes. Yeah.
Yeah, and you really feel, um, even though there's an international airport here, you really feel the remoteness
Yeah.
of this place. Yeah.
Though I really like we saw a nice place in Ecuador as well, but it was really 4 hours from an airport,
Mm,
and you had to go through the hills to get to the nearest.
yeah,
And I like the authenticity again of this place still, of Lao
yes,
people.
yeah,
And that's what we saw there was that the yeah was different.
yeah,
Yeah. And I like Lao people. They are open, happy, curious to other people. Kind of,
mm-hmm.
hey, nice. If you're just kind of friendly, they just invite you, right? Just, hey, come and have a drink. Or they're not suspicious.
Mm.
Like, hey, you cannot walk here. Or, yeah, right? Don't do this. Like, yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty welcoming.
Yeah. Even if it's not like maybe some people from Experience Bali as really open arms, like very more outgoing. A lot of people are more like, hey, or just looking like staring. But
Yeah, I think though the uh Bali is like a place all its own. Hey, have you been to Bali?
yeah.
So
Anyways,
it's like remote because it's an island, but here when you have to go up the mountain and just from one hillside to another hillside is like a ordeal to really get there. Bali is pretty easy to navigate and get around.
yeah.
Like you can really see each other easily even if you're on the other side of the island. Like it's not so difficult
To
to
move
move
around.
around. Here it's like a real challenge to move around
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, if you want to go to another place, then it's
Yeah.
yeah.
When we were doing our tour in the north, it was like crazy. When even getting on the bus, there's like chickens and a caged
Yeah.
pig and like stuff. And
Yeah. Yeah.
even when you reserve, like we walked to the station once and like, got on board and then it's a minivan actually. It's not a bus. And then they go around to do their stops to pick up all their other booked people. And there was like two other tourists that they were picking up and they were so annoyed because they paid for their tickets and they had a reservation and now they're like the last to get jammed in into the minivan before we depart.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's just not, yeah.
Not the right for you, right? It's the right how it goes. And do we fit in as a group? Yes, we do. Maybe
Yeah.
you have to squeeze yourself in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we ended up hitchhiking once because there was nothing.
Right.
And we actually, no one would take our US dollars in
Oh.
the north. No one would take our
No.
US dollars. And
Nobody
so,
could
and
exchange.
there was no bank in that
Oh.
town that we were in. And so we had to hitchhike back to the last town that we came from and then came back again
Yeah.
and did that in one day. And yeah, there was no, I mean, maybe there was a minivan, but it was just, yeah,
Yeah,
Anyway,
whatever. It
we just ended up hitchhiking.
went like this. Yeah.
It was pretty easy, actually.
Yeah.
But be ready to be in the back of a pickup truck.
Yes.
Hitchhiking does not mean you're going to be.
No. Inside. No.
But it was fun. It was. And you go to the markets in these northern villages, and it's just like almost can't name a thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
And even in the northern villages, like very limited restaurants.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It's like a
Yeah.
pho stall.
food.
Like
yeah.
where we go for where you took me for lunch in town here.
Yeah.
That's like a little back lane
Mm.
wood structure.
That one is the more civilized, right? Did I tell you? I told you, right? That I was there and looking like at the buckets, just like the dishes on the ground, waiting. And then looking at the buckets, kind of with just one eye, just
Yeah.
in the corner of my eye, like, hey, these are little kittens. Looking, oh, these are 2 rats. Just eating from the leftovers. And hey, there is a little.
Well-fed, healthy rats.
They look
though.
really good.
Totally different than city rats.
Yes.
And I've seen rats in London, and
Yeah.
they don't look. These things look. They look like a pet. They're
Yeah,
so
yeah,
well.
fat.
They're so healthy.
Shiny skin. They look happy. They're not fearful. Yeah.
So crazy. It's so different.
Yeah. And they eat them, right? Here. I mean, in the village. They do.
I've seen them on the barbecue once in a
Yeah.
while. Yeah.
Because
And I mean, really,
why not? If you want to eat meat, right? Yeah. And
They're
they
not-
come and they are
they
in the
eat
forest.
well.
Yeah, they eat well.
It all boils down to that, like what is going into the
Mm.
mouth of the animal that you're
Yeah.
gonna then consume yourself. Like who wouldn't rather have a free range organic chicken
Yeah.
than a factory fed one that's never felt the ground under its feet,
Yeah.
never had the ability to stretch its wings out.
Yeah. Very different. And
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty wild.
I remember one of the first
And
times.
the eggs here.
Yeah, super nice. Yeah.
Wow. I've never had eggs like I've had in Luang Prabang.
Hmm.
I don't think so. Maybe when I was young,
Yeah.
at my grandma's place, or
Yeah.
but not in Yellowknife. That's for sure.
Mm.
Everything came on a truck.
Yeah.
Well, most of it.
Yeah. And here they put the eggs on the motorbike.
Yeah.
That you think, whoa,
Yeah.
one tray is 30. How many trays you have?
Yeah.
Like more than 1,000 eggs with you, you know? Like it's crazy.
And then when we did our own eggs, like not we didn't do the eggs, when we had the hens laying eggs for us.
Yeah.
Wow. I haven't seen a bouncy yolk like that. Like where you could just
yeah.
so
It's
like
about the bouncy
firm
yolk.
and just
yeah.
like round and
Yeah.
so, my gosh.
Yeah.
It was like a totally new experience. Not all eggs are the same.
Oh no. Oh no.
There was one guy that at the market here, this is quite a few years ago before the Great Lockdown. And we were like, yeah, the chicken here, it's really, you taste the wild chicken, not the wild chicken, what do they call it? They have a name for the chicken when they're from here, not like boxed chicken that they
Oh.
bring in. There's a,
I probably only know the Lao name.
yeah, anyway, so,
Kai lap. They say Kai lap.
yeah. And this one guy was like, oh, chicken is chicken. I'm like, no. Definitely, for sure not.
Yeah. Nice, right? It's really just in nature, like the diversity of.
Yeah. This is one of the most biodiverse places.
Yeah. And it's so funny that like what is imported is not so diverse. And that's great, you know? I like this
Mm-hmm.
that nature is so diverse.
Yeah.
And what is imported, like what we just talked yesterday about, right?
Yeah.
One type of flower.
Yes. And bring a good bra and make sure you got good underwear because you aren't going to be able to find those here very
No,
easily.
yeah. If your boobs are not too big, you can go to the local market to get a sports bra. Or you get a super push-up bra
Yeah.
under your chin. Now it's funny to see,
And
right?
shoes. I was like, those were the
Yeah.
things on the top of my list when I
Yeah.
went to the city to go shopping.
Yeah.
Shoes, new bras, new underwear, some socks, actually, even.
Mm. It's about the materials, right? Because
Yeah.
you really would
The
like
other stuff
cotton.
is okay because I just usually buy mostly local
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
This is Decathlon, right?
yeah. And then you go to stock up. There's a few things I'm like, God, I wish I'd have bought more.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, okay, it's okay. You're going to the city. So just get yourself enough to get there.
And I like in here, I mean, of course, for like people are really whatever you want to wear. I mean, not that you're nude or something, but whatever you wear, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's totally fine.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's no
Hey!
um
This is so cute.
is that a friend of yours?
Yes,
Oh, she can come in.
yeah. All right.
You can come in anytime. You can come in anytime.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's no fashion
Rule.
faux pas here.
Though with ceremonies,
Mm.
it is.
So what's the big rule there? Covered arms? What is it?
Not
Long
anymore.
dress? Or just, conservative, basically?
It totally depends on the background of the family
Mm.
and the wealth level of wealth.
Mm.
Let's say it like this.
Yeah, a little bit like India that way.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not like we had 2 years back, nearly 2 years back, a big wedding in Vientiane. And there we saw like more nice, modern, if people want it, right?
Mhm.
Without sleeves, just really
Mhm.
nice cuts.
Mhm.
Really tailor made for that person.
Yeah, you can tell. when they do
Yeah.
it. Yeah. I tried to have two things tailor made for me here, but
Mm.
I had the wrong tailor, I
Right,
guess.
yeah.
It's hit and miss,
Mm.
but there are some amazing tailors
Yeah,
in
it's
this
kind
town.
of trying out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was surprised, but anyway, it was okay. Whatever. I didn't get anything too elaborate. For a first try, I'm like, okay, let's make a tank top
Yeah.
or like just a really basic top. But yeah, it was okay. I mean, it was wearable, but
Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm.
mm, mm.
Yeah. Yeah. They were-
But you see them. You see a lot of women wearing tailored clothes.
Yes.
A lot of women,
Yes.
not so much men. They
No.
just go and buy
Yeah.
button
Blouses.
collared shirt
Yeah.
or whatever that they got for free. Someone's logo on it. But the women really, a lot of them have, their whole wardrobe is, I think, made for them.
Some.
Nearly.
Yeah.
Like the Hill Tribe girls with
yeah.
the skirts and
Yeah.
maybe the top is bought, but
Yeah.
the skirts is,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know a Lao girl that doesn't have probably at least 5 of those in her closet.
Oh yeah, the skirts. You mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
the sin.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yeah.
I wish I could have got pants and shorts. They're really good at tops, but not so good at the shorts. You don't really see
No.
like this kind of fabric made with,
Olaf did it
shorts.
once.
huh?
Like he had one trouser he really liked, and then we bought. No, she had fabric then.
Did they copy the?
Yeah,
And did it turn out?
temporarily until his knees started to stay in his trouser.
Ah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
It's different. It's a different fabric. I guess that's why they don't
Mm.
use it for making shorts and pants like that.
Make
When
it
they
good,
do,
huh?
they're really baggy and just like like the
Yeah.
tie pants, the fisherman pants, like not exactly like that, but really more loose like that.
I went like when we made for the wedding clothing, we went to a shop and they were having pants which were really like super nice actually. But I choose not to buy because I thought it would be too warm or too tight. They were a bit too tight.
Yeah.
Which is
I like
Yeah.
stuff that you can really move in. Like where they take the knee, and the Decathlon does a good job of stuff like that. Like the knee is curved.
Yeah,
So when your
Yeah.
leg bends, the fabric is already
yeah,
going that way. And then actually the knee reinforced, like an extra patch
yeah, yeah,
of fabric over the knee.
yeah.
These are the kind of clothes that I usually look for, especially pants.
Yeah, more like
Because I'm usually on my bike, or I'm
Towards
something.
hiking.
Yeah.
hiking stylish.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't really do a lot of like hiking per se.
No, but you move,
But
right?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, gee, when I'm gonna be back on, when I'm visiting on Quadra and stuff, I know already I'm gonna be doing some nature walks.
Yeah.
And in the
Yeah.
garden and stuff like that.
Super nice.
Yeah. More durable.
Yeah. Yeah. In here it's
It's a totally huge change, because when I was living in Yellowknife with my family, and they had the jewelry store, and that's what I would do after school. I would go to the jewelry store to work with my parents. And so I had like a wardrobe for that. And I was really into it, like what my outfit was going to be, and because I was going to work. So it was a totally different era. And now it's like more outdoor wear and active wear and stuff like that. Like for my daytime
Yeah,
clothes.
exactly.
But I still have a few nice things like for when I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
But even like, well, it's challenging here because I'm traveling everywhere by bicycle.
Yeah.
So like this one pair of blue silk pants that I got from a friend of mine in Georgetown, I'm like, okay, when am I gonna wear these? But I love loungewear. Like when I'm at home, I have some clothes that I just only wear
At
at home.
Yeah, me too. Hey.
And then when I get off of
somebody.
daytime, then
Yes.
yeah, let's. I don't know where Lee went, but we can just let this roll, I guess.
Yeah, and
We
then
don't have a
we'll be,
choice.
Very warm in here.
Yeah, it is a bit warm. Yeah, if the lower down you are, the better it is. So once you're seated, it'll be a bit better.
You can sit here and we will move some things. Shall I move this
I'm
out?
still waiting for some new people, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Yosa's there.
Maybe I'm going to sit outside maybe for a minute.
Yeah.
Sure.
Shall
Yeah,
I remove this, Anna?
Coming from outside the inside is like a wall of wall of paper.
Yeah.
Maybe we want to take this out. Well,
It'll just be weird without some color on the camera.
Okay.
How many people are we?
We should now 3, and then we have like 4, and then another friend of Joe.
Seems just all those times. Surrounded by yeah.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I've moved the rug right to the back corner there. That's like the coolest spot.
Yeah.
So they'll feel a bit of relief once they get in here. How many people are we?
Now 3, but I.
Oh, great. Can you, would you mind getting a tray of glasses for us, man?
Yes.
And I do not need a knife.
Good.
Make more social engagement. Today,
Oh, and one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a water cooler up there.
Water cooler, like
Somewhere up there in the kitchen area or in that.
oh yeah, you want water?
Yeah, can you fill this
Yeah,
up?
yeah.
So do you want to drink it now?
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, because I thought you were the loud person.
It's okay.
Hmm.
That's what they say, man. I think it's related to man.
Everybody's here. Yeah. I need you to set the mics up and stuff.
Yeah, so I need some.
Everybody's here. Are you gonna come, Lee? No, but I've moved everything. I just need you to adjust the cameras and stuff. Don't worry.
Yeah, I actually have.
Oh, my knife.
Question is, you cannot sit outside, right?
Well, we could, but like as soon as you get here, the temperature drops a lot.
Yeah.
Just we can see. We can see. Where's my knife? I can't find my knife now.
Oh, because Louis has it.
Oh.
To open it. Let's see. I think here it's quite alright actually. You can see the.
This is the coolest corner.
Oh, because it's shaded.
Yeah.
Great.
It's okay.
Just do the net, not the. Okay. Oh, what's this?
Sorry, I'm super thirsty when I got here. I knew we were having some, but I didn't know what the program was, so I had to get a drink first.
No, do it.
Passion fruit, soda, honey.
Cool. So this is the beast we're gonna crack into today.
The beast we're cracking today. Can you hear that?
And we started this yesterday, so I'm just gonna continue to add to it. That label is for. We may as well just start with tasting because it's hot and this is cold-ish. So there's several. We have a few different flavors here. Now I have to remember. Pomelo. This is lime, ginger, tea,
Black tea.
and black tea, and cumin. Actually, cumin whey. This is a cool story, but anyway, this is another one. And then this one is from yesterday, which is what the label is on this jar here, which is lime, ginger, black pepper, lemongrass, plum, a lot of plum fruit in this one, star anise, and whey, because I used to do cheese. And then this one's made with coconut sugar. So basically what this is vinegar, for all intents purposes. This is how they make vinegar. And
Sorry.
Mm.
I just decided I was going to leave my purse out on the bench out there.
So we did it?
Sure, actually, that would be great. Thank you.
so, yeah, this is basically vinegar. They call it, well, it's a little bit different than vinegar because we're spicing it. They would make this back in the day,
Yeah, you're welcome.
and they would call it a shrub. Have you ever heard of that? Shrub? A shrub?
Is it a drink?
Yeah.
No.
They would have shrub bars. Like, that's where you went. They didn't serve alcohol. It was purely for this. Enzyme, like probiotics and enzymes. Like a digestive tonic that they would have for fun. They would go out and have that. It wouldn't. There was no alcohol.
Like the hookah bars, but a shrub bar.
Yeah. So they would make all different kinds depending on what fruit was abundant at the time, and yeah, it was like a rolling thing. So if it was lemons, then there would be a lemon shrub, and they would mix all different herbs with them, just depending on what was going on. So there's like, you can look up shrub, and you'll have to fermented shrub.
But this
Drink.
came from what? Like originally, like just people wanting to make something different to drink?
as a bush.
Like vinegar?
Right, you'll have to be specific when you go to search for it, because you'll get that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it is a shrub is a bush, but it's also this.
Not in this way.
So, yeah, they would just have these tonics, and this has actually become really popular. Again, I don't know if, is anybody here familiar with Zen Cleanse? Have you ever heard of that, Zen Cleanse? It's this company in Taiwan, and they really, like, market this as a digestive tonic for eliminating, to purify your body. It's like a purification, like a detox or a
We put it
cleanse.
in your documents as a reference so we can search it.
Yeah,
It's,
sure.
you know, like cider vinegar, right? Like, which they always
Yeah,
like, you know,
this
in
is
some
a
things
little-
you've read, like, take
so-
a teaspoon or a tablespoon of cider vinegar every day.
Which,
Good for
you
your
know, the brand that I always buy, apparently it's just being bought by Katy Perry and Bill Gates or something. And,
No.
and they're
Gross.
using
Anyway.
totally you know, Mr. Bragg's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one. I was
We
looking
did
for
always
Oh,
a really
you
good
put
one.
soy sauce also. If you can't have gluten free, like Bragg's was what my sister used when she
Yeah.
had like
Amino acids.
wheat problems and stuff.
Yeah,
So now,
Natural.
would I?
yeah,
Sure.
Cornelio. Okay.
yeah. Just forget it. Just make
just
it
thought I'd
yourself.
mention
Make
that
it
while
your
we were
own.
Yeah,
because that was
Thanks.
always my favourite brand. But and I was so happy to find it recently because I live on an island and I can't get all everything I like. And I found it in another supermarket recently, and I took it home and I thought, it doesn't taste right.
Right.
Something's not right about it.
Then
Yeah.
you will do this, right?
Yeah, that's
Oh
why
my
I'm here. I
gosh!
thought,
Once
well,
you start doing this, it's like an addiction. Like, I can't even tell you how many liters of this I had going at one point in my place here in
And
Latvia.
for
Hundreds
drinking.
of
I met
liters.
you
Hundreds
years
of
ago.
liters.
For
Oh,
drinking.
yeah.
Yeah. I
Or
came into your
things.
shop with a
Yeah,
friend of mine,
yeah.
actually,
And
a
we
few
were
times.
talking about it, and then we suddenly
Yeah.
hook up again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you actually hooked me up with Ohm,
Oh yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Pasca's
There you
contract.
go, yeah.
So if you want to try one, this one is
Oh.
The lime and
pomelo. No, this is
That's
pomelo.
pomelo.
Oh, it is?
This
Oh,
one
no.
is this one is this one. The ginger. They're all pretty much 2 years ferment or longer.
And you only have to ferment 3 months.
So once you get on a, you can go shorter, but 3 months is really kind of ideal to really get the flavors. And the longer you go, the more broad spectrum of enzymes and probiotics that you have growing in there. The Zen Cleanse, if you check them out online, they sell like a wine bottle of basically this for like over $100 US.
Because it fermented for how many years?
They ferment for 7 or 9 years. I can't remember now.
3 years.
Maybe the cellar.
Is it 3? I thought it was more than that.
Store this.
So they really focus on like medicinal. So they're okay. This is like the plants for liver detox, and so they'll put those into one batch and market.
So you buy something from them, and then you can use a little bit of that to continue. Or?
No, you don't need to. I'm just saying, like, this is people are doing this and making
But
businesses out of
can you
it.
do that, or you don't add to one? Like once you start one, you would take it through to the 3 months. Like let's say you pass your 3 months, would you add to that then and have it age more, or no? You
No,
just do
I
one batch at
usually-
a time, sort of thing.
You just do one batch.
Okay.
And you like this is sort of an example. Like I started this one yesterday, like to build it, to assemble it. You can take your time in assembling it because really when I first started doing this, I was just using my scraps, like the lime peel, the lemon peel, the pomelo skin.
You want?
Sure, I'll have one. Yeah, thanks. And you don't have enough to do your jars. So then the next thing that comes in the kitchen, oh, we got a pineapple today. Okay, we'll add some pineapple. So you can build your jar over a few days. You don't have to collect all of the things and do everything and build
All at
it.
once.
Yeah. And then you just start the clock counting the last time you put something into the jar. You just label it and then come back to it.
And you're putting liquid in with this? Or
Yes. Water.
Water.
So
just
have a
water.
little
Okay.
taste. This one is
This
the
is pure, and then we can like dilute it.
yeah.
Right. Okay.
That's the
It's
idea.
really,
So you have a flavor of what it's
It's
like.
basically apple cider vinegar, but not apple.
Right.
It smells good. I like it.
Yeah.
I love vinegar. I was a kid that got in trouble for drinking all the pickle juice, and the pickles would go
I
dry.
know, me
My mom
too.
would be like, "Don't!" And I'm
No,
like,
it's very coconutty.
Yeah, this one's
It's not
right?
at all. It's very limey.
ginger lime tea, black tea, and
"Yeah, it's
cumin
got the
white.
coconut base."
So no
Check it out.
coconut.
No coconut.
No,
No
coconut.
coconut. Wow, it's just lime. That's
The
Just
combo.
add a little bit of it.
Yeah, it is kind of. You feel a coconut.
I taste a bit of coconut myself, to be honest.
definitely coconut. Isn't that strange?
I'm kind of thirsty. This is like the only thing I drink.
Maybe your taste buds.
What
might
is this?
have leaf oil.
Oh, that's Scorpio 19 degrees. That's when I filter it.
Adele, do you want?
Oh, I don't need that information.
No.
All right. No, I'm good, thanks. 2 years ferment. Oh, okay.
Mm. Okay, I was really thirsty. And then you can try so this is just to get a variation now. This is with whey. There was a bit of whey in here from fermented cheese because I used to do my own cheese with kefir milk, which is another ferment. And then I would strain that, and then the water that comes off, like when you take some yogurt and you strain it to get to get it more thick, that part that comes out, the liquid, they call it whey. So there's actually a bit of that in there to start it. So I sometimes have in the past, and this is an example, used other ferments to start other ferments. But you don't need to. And that's what this is. This is just straight pomelo. So you can, after you're done that, you can try that one. It's only pomelo.
Pomelo skin.
Just the skin. No juice, nothing else. Just the flesh of the pomelo, which was one of my favorites for a while. Pineapple is a good one, but we've been doing this several years now. And pineapple's like
What's your favorite then?
Low.
If over the last
These
few
crazy blend ones.
Mm.
And actually the star fruit one, it's not
Star
your
fruit.
star fruit
That's
is
what
a
the
really
G
good.
juice is. It's star fruit. We love G juice.
Oh, G stuff. Yeah, yeah,
Star
yeah.
fruit too. Super good. We used to make it for us. He does the same thing. He ferments it somehow. Ends up getting a little bit alcoholic. But we would
Yeah.
mix it with soda and
definitely alcohol.
lime.
Yeah, so this is what
So
I,
good.
yeah.
And he made it from star fruit.
you can mix this in with cocktails or whatever you want.
So, okay.
Salad
Oh,
dressings
that's
or
something.
whatever.
Pomelo in a jar and
That's bitter. Calm.
with water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So then the
Dilute that one
the ratio.
because it's
the
really
ratio,
nice after you.
Maybe you can
Hmm?
share the ratio.
Like, I have no idea how to start this.
Right,
one,
that's
actually.
what we're gonna do right now.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that, right? This is what the workshop's about.
That's what's happening.
All
But
right.
it's not alcohol, right?
No.
Like,
No,
at
you
what point
can-
does it become alcohol?
Well, you might get a bit of alcohol. It depends how much sugar you add, but it's gonna be very small because you don't have the. You need special yeasts and stuff like that to really make alcohol. And yeah, and you need a lot of sugar.
Alcohol, right?
It was sweet though as well.
Yeah, they're using a lot of sugar.
So kombucha is, well, it can be. Some of
Yeah,
this.
it can be sweet. Some kombucha can be a bit alcohol.
Yeah.
Even milk, even kefir milk, when it ferments really quickly,
Yeah.
and yeah, it can. There's sugar in
There's a lot
there.
of sugar in
Yeah,
milk.
yeah, can be a bit alcoholic.
Not even in
very
the water
clean,
kefir. But
Yeah, the pomelo. So then there's the last flavor.
This
I'm gonna
is
have one
really
of these.
nice.
This is
I
kind of
think
one
I
of my
never have
favorites.
tasted the sugar with this long ferment. Honestly, really not.
So this one here is a lime, ginger, black pepper, plum, clove, star anise, lemongrass.
Okay,
So
one more
that's a
time.
more-
Lime, ginger.
Oh boy, black pepper,
It's on there. You can read it.
lemongrass,
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, lemongrass.
star anise, clove, plum.
But I mean, you like
You make whatever you
on
want.
ice, like
Yeah,
the
it's just to
fermentation
have an
is
idea,
clear, you know?
just some like
I
take
think
Mhm.
and play with it from
three
there.
types
Mm.
of
I always like to
spinach
do.
and
I like to have
everything.
kind of an idea.
Yeah, you have to try.
Go-
You were a good
Try what
student,
that
weren't you?
feels like.
Yeah, yeah,
You were
yeah.
a good student.
I know how I learn. I know how I
Write
remember
them down.
things.
Talking
Yeah.
about just putting the peels of things.
You did.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually I don't use whole fruit, but for this one I did. I used the whole plum in this one. But it's usually just the skin. This is really a way to use your, like, instead of throwing it into the compost bin, especially citrus peels.
This is the citrus. So I want to start like cleaning. I want to make my own cleaner again. And well,
Yeah,
Mama used to, right? And not that I don't want to drink it either, but like definitely for some cleaning
yeah.
stuff.
When you
and-
this whole process that we're doing now, if you
Yeah.
do it without any of the spices and blah 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 blah, and you just use pineapple, same exact recipe, it's an awesome cleaner. And I used to do that for years. Actually, I washed all my clothes with it, like everything.
So you can
Pineapple.
drink it or
Wow.
you can use it as a cleaner.
Right.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you something.
That's intense.
Yeah.
Washing detergent.
When you have it,
Right.
yeah,
Be good with water. every
Yeah,
morning.
yeah, yeah.
I could do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, instead
when
of-
you,
Yeah.
when you
Instead of my
dilute it,
rags.
yeah, when you dilute it, it's a totally different flavor. And then I'll even squeeze sometimes fresh orange juice into it.
Sure, right? You could add some
Yeah.
fresh juices.
I
to it,
actually-
whatever you want,
I
yeah.
love the flavour.
Used to take this little bottle to, like, when I went out to dinner, and then they gave me a glass of water, and I just put a splash of that in. Or even if I ordered a orange juice, I just put a splash of it in for flavor. But when you dilute it, it's a different game.
It's still the same benefits if you dilute it.
Oh
As
yeah,
long as you don't boil it.
yeah.
So
Give
this
all
is,
the
Yeah.
probiotics.
this is called the bokashi, yeah? Is this bokashi?
No. That's actually for
Bokashi.
soil making.
Oh, okay.
I do that workshop too.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually
do this
considering
one.
doing that one because I have like 4 bokashi bins that I
Bokashi,
need to.
Is this composting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to know about this
2
before you go.
weeks.
Yeah.
2
Okay.
weeks.
I would really like to know about
2
this
week
before you go.
process. It'll
Okay.
Okay.
blow your
Okay.
mind.
Yeah.
Time, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then
Okay,
I already
we'll do
feel
that at the
participants.
farm.
Me too. I would like to.
And then you can,
agree.
included in that comes a bokashi kit. You can take it with you.
I asked.
Okay.
Wow.
Because I'm getting to getting more organized with my waste, and I want to start using my peels. I want to start doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be
So
doing a lot of
weird.
fruity
Yeah.
stuff with your cakes. and
Oh, it's
stuff.
nuts. It used to drive me crazy going through town. I was just like, I need to do something with all of this organic matter downtown. Like, I'm like, why does the garbage smell? I did a rant for a while there. It's unpopular, but I'm like, why is the street garbage smelling? This is all supposed to go in the compost. So let's start this
All right.
process.
So what is this actually called?
A
Just
shrub.
fermenting a shrub.
Or you can call it like fermented.
Probiotic water enzyme.
Let's think of a name today.
So what's the difference between this and kombucha?
Kombucha, you use tea
As a bit like
as your starter.
not water.
Right. Use tea in particular. Kombucha is fermented tea.
Tea.
And you really need a Scooby to you need a little bit of a starter to start that. I mean, you can make your own kombucha, but you need to make yourself a nice pot of black tea and then sit it in your cupboard with a cloth over it and ignore it for like quite some time.
Oh, you mean for
And
to make
it'll
a Scooby?
form a Scooby on the top of your tea. Put a little sugar in there. And it'll form a Scooby. But you're better off to, if you buy if someone's brewing kombucha here,
Which Thomas, yeah.
then you can buy a kombucha from them and just take the cap off and put a cloth over it and don't drink it and it'll grow a Scooby.
Because it happens sometimes as
It'll
well.
grow a
with,
Scooby. And sometimes there's one in the bottle that you buy.
Look like? What is
A
this
Scooby is like this
Like a
disc.
scum on top. Right?
Yeah.
Is this like a,
It can be a really
It's not
thin and then
whole,
no, and it'll grow and it'll get thicker and thicker and thicker and it's like it'll take the shape of whatever container that you're using
and it's on the top
and
of the liquid.
Yeah.
it'll float. Yeah.
And it's just a
Yeah.
clear barrier kind
Yeah.
of starts to grow a little bit.
In this ferment, you can get this. You can see some in here. This is cam yeast. It's white and it's totally safe. So don't throw your bin out. This was actually fully coated white, and I scooped it off of the
It comes
top.
quite quickly, right? And
Yeah.
What do you do with that? Do you do anything with that?
You just throw it out. Put it in your compost.
if you
And
don't-
it's totally unharmful. Like you could drink it, but it's a bit bitter, so I remove
That's
it.
also it's fine. Like I
It's
had
normal.
the black things too. Then maybe I didn't add enough sugar. But
Yeah, not all ferments turn out.
But
so.
then you scoop it up and you can smell if it's fermented. It's fine, you know. Like if things are rotten, you smell it, right? That's
Like 1 month in, 2 months in, 3 months in.
Yeah.
So-
I know if it's good to do like that.
I have a.
yeah.
Does anybody here ferment other things? Do you do
No,
lacto ferment?
Super interested in learning about
Nice party.
No.
That's bad.
Do you do lacto fermentation? Or
I don't know. Nothing.
do you do any other ferments?
I've done some.
Sauerkraut or anything?
I tried to do some with coconut milk. It didn't turn out. Not
Oh.
coconut milk, coconut water. It didn't turn out. Like I tried to make
Water
coconut,
paper? For coconut water, you can.
coconut.
Oh.
How did
So
you do?
this for this one, I actually because it was normally you don't fill it so full. This is kind of like
So how?
I
what
went crazy.
What would be your max? Like half? You want
A
like
third. So the ratio, here's the
Ratio,
recipe.
the ratio.
Here's the recipe. 1 part sugar, 3 parts organic matter, whatever pineapple, lime, whatever things, lemongrass, whatever you're putting in there. 3 parts organic matter and 10 parts water. So you can see how ridiculous this is. This is like super concentrate. Now you can just if you're not going
So 10
to
parts water.
10 parts water. So if you're not going to use, you can actually take this part here and dry it and grind it up and use it as a seasoning, or you can grind it up and use it as a paste. It's like full of probiotics and all of the good stuff is still in the material itself. So you don't have to throw it out, but usually that's what happens with it. And that's actually part of the starter for my bokashi. my discards from this process is part of the, because bokashi composting is actually using the process of fermentation. That's why it speeds that whole thing up so much. Yeah. So you can dry this, and if you make like a real nice one, like you can use it, you can dry it and grind it up and mix it with salt and have like a seasoned citrus probiotic salt that you use on the stuff, right? Yeah. I'm gonna just add to that so I don't
So you
have to
just
empty
kind of
this
sit
whole
it out in
thing.
the sun.
Yeah.
Dry it.
Yeah. Now normally I'm not gonna do this today because
And
there's
this
no
has been
point.
fermenting for a long time? 2 years.
June 2022.
Oh, okay, 1 year.
Oh wait.
Months.
Oh, I topped it up then. So I put the lid on this May 26, 21, and then I decided to add something to it. Oh, I topped it up with a bit of whey. Okay, so from 2021. Now, normally I would take everything out of there and I would actually squeeze it
Right.
because there's a lot of juice still in there.
Still a
I'd
lot of
squeeze it
goodness
out
in
with
there.
my hand. And this is why, if you do use the whole fruit, I mean, you could take a little bite out of a lime if you want to, of this. But you can kind of see how it feels. It still has its like firmness and density to it.
Yeah, it's not like mushy.
Mm.
Tastes
No.
like it. You've already
I
sucked
sucked on
it.
both. I sucked on both corners of that already.
Good.
Yeah,
Oh, I like it.
yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you can put that in something, right? Like, I think this with a, well, I've done it a few times
Gin
with
and
this.
tonic.
I don't drink anymore, but I would have totally been doing that. Anyway,
Yeah.
yummy.
Yeah, very.
I'm just gonna,
I think dried with salt too.
Yeah.
Must be really
yeah, on a salad, on a Caesar salad or something like
I
that.
think it's delicious.
Yeah,
Imagine that.
See, then you can add it to the olive oil.
yeah. I used to call this
That would be adding it to oil.
probiotic condiment.
Would you try it before you
Yeah.
added it? Put it in an oil, or you could just put it in.
You
like
can
that?
just put it in
That would probably be
oil.
best just into
Just
oil.
try,
like
you
that.
could chop it up a
Imagine
bit
myself
more.
doing that.
Or you could
Yeah.
you could take a few bits of it. You could even not drain all the water off and leave some of the water still in there so that it doesn't dry and it'll last for years. And then just take out what you want, put it into your blender when you're juicing up your salad dressing or with your olive oil and zip it with it and make it into it.
Yeah, I think that's the best way. You'd either soak it whole like that into oil if you had a batch, like that,
Yeah.
or grind it up into like powder and get it into a paste or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. All different ways. I used to carry that around with me, my probiotic condiment. And then I would go to a restaurant and order like my pasta and I'd take out my
Yeah.
dry thing like this and sprinkle it on.
Picnicking in the restaurant.
Yeah. Like you increase
Making
the
my food world better.
increase the nutritional content of your.
Oh, my food alive again.
Do you want to try this one?
Getting a little warm.
Yeah, it's really hot.
Yeah, so we'll
I can feel really hot.
That's pretty great.
Yeah. It's so simple. And like what I do is I like to use like lime. I just squeeze water in my water, right? So leftover. Pineapple skin.
I really want to try that one.
Fill up the pineapple.
Like now I'm downing
to
this.
digest your enzymes. And papaya peel.
Mm-hmm.
So that's and really one of my bases, because that's the
lime and papaya, because that's
lime
what you
papaya
like to
and
eat.
lime papaya and what did I say? Yeah, 3.
How is it?
It has to be
So,
sealed,
and
right?
Banana
Yeah.
skins as
Seal,
well. I
that's
didn't
another
realize they
thing.
were so full of
Yes,
magnesium.
yes.
Mm.
Yeah,
used it
and
before in
like
the
really good
garden.
for sleep and
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're supposed to boil a banana
and really good
peel
for the
and then-
garden. I
Yeah.
put banana peels
Yeah.
just in water and then water the garden with it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that's also really good for your plants.
I'm just wondering about the flavoring. Like, you really want something which you kind of feel, right? Not because I know that banana peel turns out, I think, quite bitter and
Yeah,
brown.
that's what I was wondering.
Mm.
Yeah.
So it
Ooh.
might be very healthy, but then you kind of like,
Wow. That one's different.
Yeah.
Very limey.
So you leave it completely sealed for 3 months and then you check it.
I'm actually the one
So
that
at the-
did not super sealed actually.
Yeah, I've done this process in one of these. Like if I for my star fruit one, because I had so much star fruit, it was mental. So I used this instead. Sorry, my hair almost got in your cup. But I've done it in everything. I've done it in these, or
Right.
empty milk jug.
Right.
And just in the cupboard,
Yeah,
in the dark.
room temperature. Yeah, in the
But
dark.
In the dark.
Yeah, not well. It doesn't have to be.
Pitch black.
No.
What about
in
in
the pantry.
May and
Just not-
June
yeah.
when, or like
Not direct
when it's like
sunlight.
Not in
40
the sun.
degrees out? It's still
Doesn't
okay?
matter.
It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
something
No,
to
you
show.
don't want to ever put it in the fridge,
In
really.
daylight.
I
Okay.
do after
Daylight is
after I batch it off.
Yeah.
Well, not all of it because I have more than what my fridge will hold.
Right.
Adele, you want?
So
I
I
tried
just
that when I got something.
I just batch, like I pour off a little bit into this, and this goes into the fridge if I want something cold to drink, and then that's my
Here.
cold
We have a
mix.
Do you ever sweeten it? Like add some honey or
Yeah, you can. You can do whatever you want after the process is done. So at the first week, really, you need to monitor it.
the first week? Okay, not after the 3 months? The
No,
first week.
no,
Okay.
yeah.
After the first 3 days, well, really the first week, you want to go in there and stir it daily. And if you don't stir it, just at least open the lid and let some of the pressure off.
Okay. From all
This can explode.
Roger.
I had this.
the, okay.
So after 3 weeks, check it and
Yeah.
take the lid off.
Daily, you really
No, for
want
the
to.
first check it every day.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, yeah,
All the first.
the
The pressure.
the first week is the most volatile part of it. You'll know from doing it every day. You'll get an idea. You're gonna be like, okay, it's okay now. I can, skip a day or whatever.
Check
but-
daily and release gas.
Yeah, and if I do it in a plastic container, like I usually say for people just starting out to start in plastic. Don't start in glass, just so that you can see what kind of pressure is going on. And when I crack my bottle, I'll actually
Yes.
squeeze the bottle to let as much air out as possible, so that it's not overflowing. And then I'll put the cap on so that it gives me a bit more time.
Right.
Do not overfill your bottles.
I mean, you will
Do
get,
not.
if you really start doing it, you will have all these funny things going on.
You were gonna have something happen.
But it's fun, you just fine tune to yourself.
Yeah. Like, geez, you clean yourself. Or you do,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've used this same process, as I was saying before. I washed my dishes with this. I still to this day use it to wash my vegetables. When I do a vegetable wash, I pour some into the water when I'm washing my lettuce and whatnot, and yeah, so I use it like that all the time. In the process of fermentation, you're really breaking down the anti-nutrients and even glyphosate. When you do sourdough bread, the fermentation process in that breaks down the glyphosate. It's amazing. Glyphosate is like the
Roundup.
Roundup. that they-
Poison.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty incredible that it gets rid of that. So
I have
Yeah.
a question about, for a long time I've avoided yeast
mhm,
because I had candida build up and really suffered from candida
yeah,
years ago.
yeah,
And if I neglect, if I go back and have some beers or something, I immediately feel itchy around my scalp.
Yeah.
And stuff like this. And there's a lot of yeast in this, right?
Yes, it's
So is it a
quite different than beer.
different
Yeah, because they're
from
adding
Vegemite and beer.
right
stuff
because
like
they're
All
adding.
those things that really,
It's really
Yeah.
the alcohol that's killing the body.
Yeah.
that's really causing candida build up.
No, but the yeast would be doing that.
I
But
mean, I know we all have candida, but it can
Yeah,
overgrow.
excess
And,
is
yeah.
grow.
right,
Yeah.
this is sort of a very female thing, candida.
Mm.
But
No, this
Um,
is really like the probiotic.
yeah,
Gut, super happy gut bacteria.
It's funny
Yeah,
that
it's
one's
different
the opposite
because
almost of the
Yeah.
other. Yeah.
when they're making these things,
They're the same family.
when they're making the beer
Yeah,
and stuff like that, they actually you're buying the starters. They're buying the different yeasts that they need to add into that. It's like when you buy store-bought yogurt. They just take the milk and they buy this strain of bacteria and this strain of yeast, and then they add it to the milk, and they those two strains grow in that environment because that the milk is actually feeding them, and they change it into yogurt. When you do home ferments like kefir milk, what Inika does, it's like a mushroom, and you add it to regular milk, and it lives off of the lactose and the casein in the milk, so it digests those two things and turns them into like what it takes in and what it eliminates is two totally different things, and it makes like folic acid and all of this other host of nutrients for you. So it's like it totally changes the process, and it's a natural ferment. But these things that we're buying in the stores, they're just adding these one strains. So in a kefir milk, you'll have like 60 plus different kinds of yeast and bacteria in there. It's like way more broad range and a natural yeah, totally different.
Different because we have so many different stems, right? Which are causing the diversity in stems is actually causing, the healthy balance.
Yeah,
That's what you mean, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like the excessive growth.
Or it
Yeah.
kind of makes me think like a field, right? Like everything on a crop,
yeah,
right? Plants need all the minerals
Yeah.
and everything, but they only replace it with NPK.
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like only putting nitrogen back, and
yeah,
phosphorus
yeah.
back into the ground because
Yeah.
we know that
And
one
not
boils
even
and
in
this
their-
one makes it green and this one.
Right, and not
Right.
even in their natural form, like
Right,
actual
yes.
chemicals that they're calling
Right.
these things. And if you want a perfect NPK whole fertilizer for your garden, then you have it right in your body waiting to be deposited, called your urine, or otherwise known as plasma. And that is the best manure you can put in the ground known to man still to this day. And it's like astonishing to me that, well, it's not, because it's all just about making a buck nowadays, right?
Yeah.
So of course they don't want you to
So
Yeah.
it's not lemon trees.
yeah.
In Australia, it's always go and water the lemon tree.
Yeah.
But it's everything
Yeah.
thrives on we, right? Okay.
Yeah, totally. And you can, if you keep it and let it evolve, or as some people say, age, but I like the word evolved better. If you let it evolve, then it's even more, it's like fermentation. It grows, it actually grows a bunch of stuff, but it's even more powerful for your garden and for seedlings and stuff like that too. The germination rate higher, everything better. So I use, back to this workshop, I usually use jaggery. I like jaggery, but here in Lao it's like hit and miss with the
I'm
jaggery.
not sure about
What's
jaggery.
jaggery?
It's like Nam Oi gang,
cane sugar?
you know, like the blocks of sugar
Oh,
cane.
like
yeah.
the old style, the ones that came in the little puck styles, or
You
those
get them in
ones,
the
or-
back lane still. They're in the
Yeah,
square bricks.
Yeah, okay.
But
The
not in the
rectangle brick.
rainy season. Now they probably soon will come again.
Yeah. But I sometimes they're dirty. Do you guys ever get that? Sometimes I put my sugar in there and it
You
I'm
can
like,
additions
okay,
to your
there's
sugar, right?
fly parts in here.
Yes. I haven't noticed that.
Mm.
I'm probably just eating the fly
Oh,
bites.
that's not very good.
Yeah. I was like, wow, when I started.
It's sugar cane sugar, right?
Yes.
It's a block.
It's a block, yeah.
Yeah.
We
So
just
you can
make
get it here.
dark
Yeah,
brown.
that's
And so it has all the molasses and stuff still in
I've
it.
seen them in
White
pucks here, too,
sugar.
at the market. Have you never seen the pucks? Like, they almost look like brown pucks.
Yeah, I guess that would be
I've
it.
seen those before. A long time ago, they used to have them. No?
Those might come from Thailand.
Maybe.
Yeah, and
I know what you're
sometimes
talking
they're
about.
coconut sugar
Yeah.
that they make them into those little round.
That's a
Oh,
lighter.
maybe that's what it is.
Lighter.
So you can use that too. You can use any sugar,
Right.
really. So I prefer that one, but the one I have right now has flies in it.
Today, Shaggy. All right.
So
It's
and
very Indian, right?
yeah, the
What was
brown the-
Every.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does, doesn't it?
the brown sugar still has the molasses in it. So that's why it's like more flavorful.
What does?
The brown sugar. White sugar is like they
Right,
extract
right,
the
yeah.
molasses out
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
and do God knows what to it to make it white. I mean, you can use it. It'll take care of all of that for you, but I like the flavor of the brown sugars in my
I mean,
ferment.
since we live here,
Yeah, you
Yeah.
wow, we
so.
have this
It's
access.
cheaper, yeah.
Access, wow.
Yeah.
That's lots are cheaper.
Yeah, and you can, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I could just use what I have, but
What about honey? Jason, or no?
honey
Liquid you want,
ferments
or not?
sometimes turn out, sometimes don't turn out.
I think because of the bacteria in it. it's
Yeah.
changed. Yeah.
I just use sugar.
It resists fermentation.
It resists fermentation. That's maybe a more clear answer, right?
Yeah.
Might resist, yeah.
So yeah, I just use a brown. This is the one that's in here today, and so these ones I just use what you see in the jar here. I didn't boil anything first. I just used the regular water and everything in its raw form. The cloves, everything. I've sort of changed. This is 2 years ago now, and so now what I do is I actually take my spices, grind them up, and everybody can have a little. You can take one of these if you want with you today. Where did my list go? What's in there?
Oh,
I think at the last workshop it might have got taken,
oh,
but
is
that's
it not
okay.
under there, under your...
No. Is it in the bin?
Oh, that said big. You don't even need to open that.
Ooh, notes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
really
there's
nothing.
coriander. I'm gonna try and remember. Coriander, cinnamon, star anise. I'm trying to go in the order of volume. Star anise, macam. What's that the pepper that they grow here? The Szechuan pepper.
Nutmeg,
Nutmeg, black pepper,
macy.
and a little bit of mace. Does everybody
Mace.
know what mace is?
Heard of this.
So I
The
brought
stuff they
this.
spray in your eyes when you
Yeah, right.
Oh, no, that will work.
capsicum
spray.
spray. So is it a
probably
form of
is.
capsicum? Probably.
No, actually, it's not. So
So it's
this
not in
is
the pepper family.
no. This is
Ah.
it's from nutmeg.
Nutmeg.
This
Ah.
is nutmeg. Does everybody know that this is
Nutmeg,
actually
yeah,
nutmeg?
nutmeg.
Yeah.
No.
If you've been to Penang, have you been to Penang? You
I
just
haven't.
look like someone that's been to Penang.
I haven't been to Penang. I've been to Malacca, but not Penang.
Oh, okay. So
Nutmeg. Oh, okay.
this is
Yeah.
nutmeg, and
My
mace.
girlfriend does a lot of
Mace
cooking,
is
so
this.
I've seen those.
So if you see the nutmeg, if you see the seed there, you can kind of see that there's like grooves on there, and that so
The
this
peel, this is.
no, it's not the peel actually. So this is the flower of the nutmeg plant, and then when it grows into the fruit, the flower gets squished in between. So if you think of a plum, so this is the pit of the plum, and then this would be the flower of the plum, and then the fruit part that you actually consume is on top of that. So this they have to take off, peel that off of the nutmeg.
And what's the
Mace.
fruit like?
Yeah, what's
The
I've never
fruit-
eaten nutmeg fruit. Is it
Yeah,
nuts or
you can't eat it raw. They have to. It's like candied ginger. That's what they do with it. They
Oh,
make it
they
into
can-
like a
when they
candied
candy it.
ginger. Yeah, candy it, and it's really good.
So nutmeg is basically mace. Sorry, mace is basically nutmeg ground up.
No, this
No,
is the mace.
The mace is the
Nutmeg
flower of
flower.
it.
This is
The
mace.
nutmeg.
This is nutmeg. So the
No,
nutmeg.
that's the
that one?
nutmeg.
Right.
That's what
Yeah.
you grind to get
flour.
nutmeg, and
Yeah.
this is the flour to
And
get
that's
mace.
the mace.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have a similar taste but different.
This is really strong. I take it.
Super
Mace is more
strong.
strong.
Super strong. Super strong.
That's surprising, isn't it? You think the nutmeg, the seed
Do you
would
have
be-
different types of nutmeg? Because the ones I know are similarly shaped, but they are more gray, maybe more dry.
I've never seen them gray.
There's nothing
Where do
else
you
in
get
there.
them
This is just a solid pit. This is like
Yeah.
a pit.
Yeah, you can look it up. It's like marbled inside. When you grate it, it's like a piece of really fatty beef,
Soy
like really
bean or
marbled.
something over there.
Yeah, super marbled. And you really need like a rasp.
Yeah.
You can't put that in a grinder like that. You
That would be
really need to
interesting.
you don't need much anyway.
No, I like
You
to
don't
add
need
it.
My
much.
girlfriend uses it like that in
Nutmeg.
she uses it in Indonesian cooking,
Oh yeah.
Oh, very
grated
comfortable.
into, and she does candle nut as well. But yeah, she uses nutmeg.
Yeah. I mean, this is like a Christmas spice, really, back in Canada
Yeah.
and North America.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it just smells like Christmas. to me.
Pumpkin pies and all of that. They use the nutmeg or the mace.
Spice.
That's what I put in your cake glass. For birthday cake.
And everyone was saying it's so Christmassy.
And moringa leaf is also in this little package. So what I do now when I'm well, I have so many different ferments going on, but for a lot of my fermented enzyme tonics, I now make like a brew. I'll take a pot of water, and this is why everybody's getting one today if you want. And then this is like a standard flavor now in my place, and I'll boil that up, and I'll put fresh ginger in there. Ginger is a really nice one. I can't believe that there isn't ginger on any of these two that we've had, or any of them. Wow. You often put ginger in, or turmeric is really nice too. If you do use ginger and turmeric, you should put pepper, because they just go so well together, and helps your body to absorb the nutrition out of the turmeric better. But I'll do a
If you
brew.
put turmeric or what? Ginger?
Black pepper.
Black pepper helps
Yeah.
the body.
But really like great.
Yeah,
Like not just pour.
I've done it both ways. Yeah, and I'm crazy about stuff. Like when you say like, can you just put one peel in at a time? Like I would go to Uni Yupun and order the ginger tea, and then I would like take the root. You open your teapot and there's like a huge ginger root in there. I actually have taken that home because it's still got tons of flavor in it.
Yeah, it'll be
When I get
thrown
it
in the
home,
garbage
I
probably.
know, right?
It's like,
And so I just take it home. It's already been boiled. It's nice and soft. I just chop it up and I'll chuck it into one of my.
Does it have to be boiled? Or can you
No.
put fresh ginger?
Yeah, you can put in fresh ginger.
I have
There's
to say
fresh
that's what
ginger
is the
in this
ginger
one.
that
There's fresh ginger in
size
this one.
from
There's so many varieties of ginger here.
Oh,
Yeah.
I put like a dressing that goes for ginger. It was too much for the recipe. I was like, holy shit, it was super spicy and just like overkill. Like if I overpowered, it was like, okay, good for other things, but not for this recipe.
Yeah, I often add ginger, and I have a whole other just ginger ferment, like only ginger. But anyway, it's sometimes when I'm doing something, it's just like a blend, and I really use these a lot in my cooking, like salads or whatever, even in soups or whatever. I'll add it as a flavor agent or rice or anything really. But
Would
I'm
you use it for
mostly
making-
drinking.
Sorry, for making like a bone broth? 'Cause
Yeah,
if you
sure.
Make a bone broth, they'll use that to stir the vinegar.
Hmm. Yeah,
'Cause it gets hot.
yeah.
That's okay.
Well, you mean
it's
inside.
heating it doesn't kill the inside.
Well, it's gonna. There's enzymes that are heat tolerant and ones that aren't. So you're gonna lose some, and some will
It's for
survive.
extracting like the nutrients out of the plants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll help for that for sure.
And it also helps the flavor, like overall
Maybe
flavor.
like
So
an hour
maybe
before
lose a
you
little
start
bit of,
boiling,
but you
right?
get some flavor.
Yeah.
Put it in a dessert.
Oh, right.
And if
Yeah.
you put it in a crock pot.
Right.
So now what I do is I boil this and I make like a infusion
Yeah.
and then I strain this off and then I use that as my water base for my
Oh, to start it with
thing as a and like just another level of
flavor
flavor.
your base before you.
Yeah,
put it-
instead of using plain water. And instead of putting the whole cloves and
And
the
how
whole
long do you boil that? Or how long?
I usually like I'll get it boiling and then I'll turn it and I usually do this for all of my stuff. Yeah, for usually I like to let it be hot in there for about 45 minutes, an hour.
Okay.
And if you're doing a bath too, even if you're gonna do a bath for yourself, like a herbal bath, instead of putting or any of these things, instead of putting it just right into your bathtub, make a little infusion first, even in a jar, and just let all of your stuff get really infused into the water, and then dump that into your bath.
Doesn't happen here.
I
When
have
you
a
do
bath-
the
everyone thinks
bokashi,
I'm moving into a room with a bath soon. I'm like,
I don't think
I'm just saying,
I don't
any
think
of my
my drink will
friends,
be
because
ready
I'm
yet.
really not, I'm not really a bath person.
Yeah,
I
but
do
that's what
I do
Bokashi
some
is.
baths. When you come to do the bokashi workshop, you can see my bathtub. It's one of
In the guest house.
In the guest house.
you know the things they use to mix cement.
Oh yeah.
Those big things they use to mix cement. You know the big that is
Yeah,
my
yeah.
bathtub. So that's outside and I fill it up and the sun gets it hot and then I bring my additive out and I lay out in the garden in my bath and then I fertilize the garden when I'm done. That's how my bath is right
Wow,
now.
you're very efficient.
Yeah.
And conservative.
Yes.
I mean, in a good way.
Yeah, that's
Keeping
pretty much
things,
how
yeah.
it's going right now. Yeah, and I use moringa leaf a lot more now in my ferments.
Because of
the-
the
So, do you make your own moringa leaf, or do you buy
Yeah.
the tea and you take it out of the tea bag?
You can do that, and you're better off too. But you'll notice. Have you had the tea from here? The
Yeah,
moringa
I
tea?
buy the moringa tea.
I don't know. I love doing my own. It's more fresh, and the color is nice. And sometimes you open those up, and it's like brown inside.
Oh,
Like this should be green.
tea is
Yeah,
yeah,
that
yeah.
jar is
So
for
you
you.
just dry that out in the sun? And leave that
I
in the
don't
sun?
direct sun. You need to shade dry this, but it is in the sun. So I take a metal tray, and then on top of my metal tray, I put a bunch of chopsticks because you want to have air flow. And then I put a bamboo tray down, and I put all of my leaves on top of that, and then I cover it with another bamboo
Okay.
cover, and then I put that out in the sun. I usually sit it on top of like one of my black bins that I use in the garden. I'll flip it over and make like a heat dome to really get it to dry. Moringa leaf, you want to dry it quickly. It doesn't like to dry
Right.
slowly. You want to do it like 1-2 days max, and then whatever level I get the leaf dry at, I'll throw it into the toaster oven on super low, or I'll get a double boiler situation out and just put all the leaf into the double boiler and dry it the rest of the way before you put it in a jar, especially here where it's humid. You want to get it dry.
Yeah, the humidity.
Okay,
loss.
yeah, okay.
Moldy. It goes moldy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
it's
in the
super
oven,
low.
super low.
Yeah, but just like warm up, like dehydrating, right?
Or, sometimes what I'll do is after I'm done doing something in the oven and the oven is still warm, then you can, and not actually on.
The very thin leaves, right? So
Yeah, they're really tender. But they dry quickly. And then once you have it dry, the shelf life is long for this, like years.
How do you know when it's dry enough?
You can pick a leaf up and you'll just be able to like crumble it into dust. And then I have a grinder, but I haven't used it for this. But you can just take a wood spoon, dump all the leaves into your jar. And that's all I did with this. I took actually the fat end of a wood chopstick And I just kept going like that, and everything just crunches. But that's about it. So this is yesterday's batch that I did, and I brewed this. No, there it is over there. I'm like, no wait, that was from there.
So and
So
then you let it cool
this
down.
one didn't have ginger.
No.
Say you could
Oh wait,
let-
which one had
Does that
ginger?
have ginger?
Yeah, one had ginger.
That
That's
really
right.
tasted ginger.
I think that small bottle had ginger. I think that went with that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Oh,
the
I thought that
pomelo.
really
Oh, this is the
intense
ginger
second
one.
one was the
This one might have had ginger. Yes, it did. This one did have ginger.
So that,
Right.
because that definitely,
Like a ring
I
of
thought-
leaves just in there.
so
Yeah.
the intensity was beautiful.
Yeah.
Stock or just the leaves?
Well, this
I
might
haven't
still be-
actually tried that one over there.
Oh, okay.
What works for you?
Yeah, you'll have to try that.
This is the oldest one, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Yeah, try that one.
oh. Rolling, and then later you get
Maybe,
maybe
yes,
the stage
I'll just
where
hold
it's
Pour that for you.
more experimental.
I've been wanting to buy more rags. And now it's
Oh, there's not even any point. And you know, you don't have to wait 3 months. It's just ideal. You
I
can
wanted to buy more rags.
take out of it along the way.
But now,
And you can add to it along the way, right?
Yeah, not so good to do that to a point. Like you can add to it, but when you're done
It's like
adding to it,
Be done.
yeah, be done adding to it at
No,
some
it's
point.
not like, okay, sometimes I think
It's not like a perpetual
I don't
thing.
think she used it to eat or anything. I think this was a bucket she had outside. But it seemed to me like she just kept it. Maybe she didn't.
Yeah.
But it's like she
No,
would add
it's
to it.
not
It's just like
organic.
kept going over a year or two.
Yeah, I guess you could
thinking
try and do that. I mean, there's no rules to this.
Right,
just
okay.
before breakfast. So good.
You could. I just I've never really done it like that, like a perpetual
Right.
thing. But I suppose you could. I mean, you could just add to that and keep going. I guess. Like, why
You'd
not?
still have to wait over time if you know,
But
if
you
the ratio got
need-
too high, you'd be
Yeah.
diluting, right?
Yeah. And this same blend I use in like my rice. If I cook rice, I'll throw this in. Like this is a blend I use for a lot of different things. So this is, if we want to try this on its own, this is like the starter now for this. If anybody wants to taste that. So this is not fermented yet, but it's now going in here with lime.
Spice.
And then you
So
add
tell me
so
again, is this with water?
this is what we're drinking now. Yeah.
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 Okay. Boiled with water for a few hours.
1 hour, yeah.
1 hour.
Yeah.
Yes. So this
This is
Oh.
how much water?
Very fragrant.
I don't know, like how much water did you use? Like
This is enough for like it filled
Oh.
1.5 liters at least.
Hot. You tell me.
And it gets like the pepper.
Spicy, yeah.
Spicy.
Yeah, I wanted this one to be more like this is more like the fire cider. A traditional fire cider is like spicy, and this is like
Aroma.
this is like the winter
no black
the
tea
winter
in it,
blend.
right?
No black tea. Yeah, I didn't do a lot of. I don't really drink tea anymore. So this is like 2 years ago. I was drinking tea. Everything is changing. So to this jar, I added 6 scoops, this size scoop
Of brown sugar.
of brown sugar. But
Yeah,
one
gotta write
part.
this
You already
down.
have the ratio. One
Oh, yeah,
part
1 to
sugar.
3 to 10.
Yeah.
1 to 10.
So I'm just gonna top this up today. Finish this guy off. You want some of this to try it? Ooh.
I'm not going to drink much of that because it's going to make me hotter. I
Yeah, it will.
think. It's like, yeah.
We'll just add it to mine.
Don't need that at the moment.
No, it's like.
We already reached the maximum velocity heat. So I'm gonna scoop. I don't want to add more liquid to that jar, so I'm gonna scoop this ginger out and add it to there. Yeah, this is gonna be a spicy meatball.
And then can you imagine as a base? And then adding like
The citrus or whatever you want it to.
and
Pineapple.
Yeah.
I think
Pineapple is so yummy added to that kind of sweetness. Bring it up.
And fruits like that, fruits like pineapple that are, you can when you do this, you can only the skin. You don't need to add the whole fruit. You can if you want.
Have you tried other fruits? Like what about passion fruit? Or
Yes,
like
I've done.
apples, or,
Yeah, anything,
Whatever you
anything,
feel like, just do it.
have you tried
anything.
any-
But I
It's not
wonder
like,
if
do they
passion
taste
fruit,
good? It
passion
sounds
fruit
like
skin wouldn't have much flavor.
Oh,
in it, would it?
I wouldn't. I never did the passion fruit skin,
'cause
but
that's
I
just
would do
hot,
the
so it would
fruit.
just be-
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it's
would
too
be-
like.
be like
mm,
banana maybe.
But I have done dragon fruit
Okay.
peel, and I liked that. I had no. I
Might
don't
be
have any of
tastier,
that here.
tastier than the fruit.
It would. There was so many other things in there. I don't know if you could really say, oh, there's dragon fruit skin in there. But I read up a thing about these cool enzymes that happen to be in dragon fruit skin, so I was like, okay.
What about things like
I could
cucumber?
imagine
Cucumber peel?
I've done cucumber peel with water kefir.
Sorry?
Or watermelon?
I've
I was
done
gonna-
cucumber peel with water kefir grains, which is really yummy. I forgot all about that.
You okay?
Yeah, you could try. You could try.
I'll see you soon.
If you want, if
Watermelon would
you're,
be the same. Would be
oh my
bitter
God,
skin.
watermelon. Oh,
Is it-
well, yeah, I don't put the rind
Yeah,
in,
you-
but the white I do.
Oh, okay.
May I ask you something totally different and practical?
But watermelon fruit itself in this is really yummy.
Yeah.
Yes. Can you
Really
the fruit
yummy.
indirectly with
Yes, for
You don't
sure.
have to use just the rind.
And
just
then you
use the rind.
definitely just can consume the whole fruit to like, you know.
But you say
Afterwards.
Yeah,
you
don't-
don't add pits because of the bitter.
Right.
That'd make the watermelon so yummy.
Oh, the
Yeah.
watermelon is a yummy one.
Seed
And
watermelon.
I take out all the seeds, so that's one thing I do with especially with the citrus and especially with watermelon is one too. If you don't take you don't have to get every last one, but they're very bitter.
Bitter seeds
Right.
are
Yeah.
bitter generally, aren't they?
Yeah. So I usually try
Is
to
that
remove
good
all of
for
them.
you? Do you know, like the pit, like the bitterness that comes out of like
Yes.
citrus? Is it actually like
Yes.
it's good for you if you do?
Yeah.
And
See,
papaya
maybe
is
this is why
crazy
they
good
grind
for you,
the-
right?
Yeah.
Papaya
Lime
seeds.
the lemon,
Yeah.
like all the limes in that Brazilian lemonade. Maybe that's why 'cause you do get a little bit of bitterness.
Yeah.
Remember what we made? Like you get bitter from the pit if you grind it for too long.
Bitters are
I know they're usually good, but
yeah.
Ah, sure.
But when you ferment, it's totally different, right? When you do a ferment with these bitters, it changes them. It's not, you don't have that sharpness. Like, we just bit into a lime peel. Like, you can't try and eat a lime peel. You'll react to it, actually, hey?
That gets that dryness in your
And
mouth.
you're itchy, and sometimes you can trigger a cold sore, like, with stuff like that. Like, so, I don't know, it feels so... When you bite into, like, a pomelo skin, like, there's some, like, oof. But then here, that's what we just drank. It's crazy how you can,
Do
and
you,
the pomelo skin too. You can dry that and grind it up and put it with a salt or whatever, just on its own as a seasoning.
I have a question. Are you willing to sell some water enzyme because these ladies want to stop with the brag because it has changed
Mm-hmm.
and they would love already to start and not waiting 3 months.
Yes.
Think about it.
Yeah. Well, we should do the Bokashi workshop,
Yeah.
and included in the Bokashi workshop, you get 1 2-liter jug of
As a starter.
from other stuff that's already there.
Just sell it
So-
to whoever wants.
Yeah.
I want a car. You don't have to give me like a.
You have to take the Bokashi bin too.
Yeah.
It's
And you have to
Exactly.
take the 2 Bokashi bins.
little
Comes
compulsory
together.
element in it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Because you will move to
Yeah,
Mexico.
I'm moving at the end of this
Where in
next
Mexico?
month. Chiapas. Jovel,
That might be
or
very-
rather Jovel, or rather San Cristobal de las Casas.
Ah.
But the real name is actually Jovel,
Jovel.
the city in the sky.
At least, yeah.
Yeah. Have you been to San Cristobal?
Very
How did you-
touristy.
Yeah, it's kind of like Luang Prabang in that sense. Oh, it's like,
more than
Oh,
Luang Prabang, I
wow.
thought, but maybe I was.
I mean, not.
busy time.
Mm,
And
want to be on the
but
edge.
they're very alternative. Lots of like hippies rather than just high powered tourism. It's
Yeah.
like people that are willing to hang around.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
When we were there
it seems
last.
like a lot slower tourism. Like
Yeah.
everyone was just really hanging around.
Yeah.
Having a nice time.
When were you?
2012.
You were there in
Yeah,
2012.
wow.
And when were you there last?
Let me think. When did I go there? It wasn't my last trip to Mexico, so probably about 7 years ago.
Okay.
Something,
Yeah.
about 7 years ago.
I feel like the world has changed
16
in
or
these last
something.
4 years. It feels like Luang Prabangsa has
Certainly.
changed in the last 4
Yeah.
years. Like it was insane. Were you still here when the Great Lockdown started?
For 10 months,
Yeah.
I stayed, hoping
It was
No,
like
to
a
go away.
March
ghost
until November.
town. Okay, it was like a ghost town.
Oh, did the real lockdown start in March?
Yes.
There was
Yeah, you
already
were
talk
gone.
in January, though, wasn't there?
I
Like,
don't think you were here for the.
I wasn't here for the first.
No, you
the
were
first
not.
lockdown.
no, not the big.
It was
Not
crazy.
really like getting
Yeah,
a
you
letter
left
from the
at the
Naiban
beginning.
to be
Yeah.
able to move.
Yeah, I didn't.
It was
get locked
really
down
bizarre.
here. No.
It was really bizarre.
Calling everybody, where can I pick up?
Oh my God, it was
Oh yeah, I didn't have
mental.
to do that. No.
Buy the bread, yeah, I'm here. Start of the morning market. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. All right.
It's like you're buying drugs or something.
Like,
I know, right?
Yeah.
When they I would go out the gate of our place and then walk down the road a bit to the roadblock, like full on, like,
Oh
you
my
know,
God, it's
roadblock.
hard to
And then they
imagine.
pass the
Everyone
vegetables over the fence, and I'm like pangling.
I
Like,
was really
where
lucky
are
to go
we?
from here because Queensland didn't have the major lockdowns.
Happy for you.
There was weird, silly.
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
going on.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like. I mean, we had some lockdowns, but it didn't last that long.
No.
I never ever
You
really
could
stopped
find your
moving
way
around.
around.
No, I
I
still
really
moved
ever
around.
didn't have what I needed. Except
No,
when
no.
my family got COVID. When everybody in the family got
yeah.
COVID, and then it was like lockdown. They literally locked us in our fence. And they put, they
Yeah,
put
Yeah.
let's
a,
start with other topic.
Yeah.
big thing on the gate, like, do not go in here, like, contaminated, basically, or something like that, right? This house is contaminated. And they literally watch, like, yeah, I couldn't even walk the dogs.
If you hear this
But I was
now, it
fine.
sounds silly. You can't believe it now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Especially
I wonder
when
how
you're
much has changed, like in all these places, like San Cristobal, like Jodel. How much has changed.
When's the last time you went
So
home?
you haven't been back?
I
You
haven't been there yet. I've never been.
Oh, I
My
hope you like. I hope you end up. Like
my grandfather was born in Tapachula, which is just south of San Cristobal.
Right.
But we could have.
And so there, I don't know, there's this huge desire to go to that area. And then when I started looking it up, I was like, whoa, this place looks like gushing waterfalls. And I'm looking forward to the cooler climate.
Josa will go to her son.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
I
And
will
if
go
you
to the
want
toilet.
Me too. I need to go to the toilet first and then to my son.
Yeah.
You just call him, oh, are you almost done?
if you want to
Where's
write
he at?
down your email, then I can send you what we went through today and a bit more details that I haven't gone over. Like technical stuff, like how probiotics are good for you, what enzymes actually do in your body, and this kind of stuff.
Question, Josa, she said you cannot do it with
I can't
coconut
do that.
water.
Yeah, that's it.
So coconut water, you
It's okay.
can do it with coconut water.
Okay.
But if you have coconut water, I think you're actually better off doing the water kefir.
Yeah, I do think so too.
What is that water kefir? Like the kefir lime? Just
No,
or-
it's actually, see, here's another shrub thing.
Another story.
The water kefir is like the milk kefir. It's actually like a crystal, like it's a type of mushroom,
Yeah.
and they procreate, they grow actually.
Where could
Once
we
you
get the donation.
in
Black
this
bucket?
here, that could be too. The sorry, what was the question again? What were you just talking about? Oh, the water kefir grains. Yeah, it's an actual thing. It's an actual living thing. This is
And you
this
would
we're
get
starting.
Where would you get this?
You need to find someone who's growing it. And
Ineke.
that's your lady right there, Ineke. Thank you. Thank you.
So it's
I'll
kind of like a
see you soon,
yeast, then.
I'll
It's
see you.
like
I'll
also
be
like
around.
a
I'm
yeast
around
starter
for-
sort of thing. Like you need to find something to add that.
Yeah,
you
but
need
the
to have-
yeast starter is different too
See,
because
honey?
usually, like a sourdough starter, you start it with just flour and water, and once you get it going, like it takes a while to get it going, and then people end up passing part of that on to for other people to start, right? So there's that kind of a starter,
Right.
or like kombucha, where it's like the mushroom disc. Like you could actually grow that yourself, but the water kefir grains, they're like the milk kefir grains. They actually don't know where the origin of these things are. Some people say that they naturally occur in like spring water, where the water is actually flowing, these grains, and they got spread around mostly during the war when they called it ginger beer.
Oh,
And
I
the
was
ju-
just going to say, my mum used to make ginger beer.
Yeah,
It's really a similar way to this. And
yeah, and so
occasionally
they're
it'd blow.
yeah.
The whole house would smell like ginger.
So
It
it's
was
an
so yummy.
actual like they're like little crystalline
This
cubes.
is how they form when you grow them. They form
Yeah.
into these little cubes already.
Yeah.
And they're dry, so when you actually
No, where they're like a moist thing, like a mushroom, like a water mushroom.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
So they're a living thing, like a mushroom. And you kind of like that, and so you need to have some of those to start, otherwise you're not doing water kefir.
And water kefir is just, it's
A
kind of like
magical
It's
thing,
really
and
exactly
it's like
like-
a community. Like you have to get from someone.
Right.
That's so
It's similar
amazing.
to this, but they're more sensitive. You wouldn't want to put these spicy things, any of this really, with water kefir. But
What
like
do you
things
mostly
like
use it for?
I use it for, well, actually I do put this in, but I don't put the ginger in. I use it for the sugarcane, fresh pressed sugarcane. I ferment my sugarcane juice when I get it. And I actually do this with it, but more softer things like roselle. You could do roselle in here too, though. Very versatile. But I wouldn't put lime in. Like I wouldn't put lime. I don't, because it's when you filter it out, you want to keep your grains clean. You can't have all of this particles in there, otherwise you're just gonna have a mess to deal with later. And it's a shorter ferment. It's like 24 hours or maybe 2 days max. So
And is
it's
this a
nice.
different like probiotics or a different
Totally
different-
different game. Totally different game.
totally different game. And,
It's not.
but
it's
something
not
that you
tart
drink.
like
You
this,
make
it's
it
not
like for
vinegar.
something that you drink, like a tonic,
Right.
something like
Yes.
this as
It's a
well.
probiotic, but there's not really not much enzymes in there. It's more just probiotics. So it's good for water kefir or coconut water, because it's just the grain and the coconut water. I love water kefir, coconut water, yummy, and cucumber and water and sugar is a nice combo for that too. Like these are like the more cooling.
Yeah, very cooling.
Yeah. Yeah, are really nice with the water kefir. But when you strain it out, you want to get your grains out of there. So if you put that in here, like good luck.
Yeah.
You're just gonna have a mess. And the lime, and yeah,
You want to keep it clean.
yeah, you couldn't really do it otherwise. I mean, you can, because they grow. Now you're getting me thinking of another experiment. Because they multiply very quickly. So if you wanted to sacrifice some of your grains and put them in here, where you're just going to use them for the ferment and then dump the whole works out, because you don't need to keep all of them. When you start doing these kinds of ferments, you soon are discarding. You're producing.
Too much.
Yeah.
Much more than you can.
I have a mega jar full of grains right now. I'm like,
Especially with sugar cane juice
Mm-hmm.
and ginger water.
Mm-hmm.
And like
Mhm.
you let it cool down and then you add the grains
Yeah, and the sugar.
and the sugar. They
Yeah.
love ginger, right?
Yeah, so I actually do this, but I don't put. You can put ginger. Ginger is a good one, but I've never put lime peel in with them
No.
or any citrus. I don't think they'd like that.
Actually, I did
No.
like the sompodi, like the how do you call it? The cranberry? Is it cranberry?
Cranberry?
Like the Lao name is sompodi, the red fruit.
Oh, that's a
Gooseberry.
date or something, isn't it? Isn't that a type of?
I don't know.
It's a very
Like how big?
sour berry.
How big?
Mm.
Gooseberry, yeah?
Yeah, maybe gooseberry.
In the very beautiful little husk.
Yes.
That's so pretty.
Yeah.
And they can go from yellow to red, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, also
Gooseberry.
yellowish, orangey color.
Gooseberry.
yeah. Well,
Yes,
they're very
I
kind
did it
of
in that
potent.
tea, like,
Mm-hmm.
and then
In the
those
water
drinks.
kefir, I've done
Yeah.
bale fruit infusion, which
Okay.
is so yummy, and
Mm,
roselle,
yeah.
also really good, and blue pea. I've done also, or butterfly pea. I keep getting that name wrong. What is
I
it?
always get
Butterfly
that name
pea.
wrong.
Butterfly
Always.
pea?
Butterfly pea. I'm always finding myself.
And it's
what
Rosella.
And I'm like, blue.
It's
Where's
blue
it?
in there. Pea.
Is the red one.
Oh,
Rosella.
rosella. Yeah. Right.
Maybe it's Rosella. It was It was
Yes.
too sour for the grains after a while. They just really shrink.
Oh, not
Yeah.
gooseberry?
The Rosella, yeah. So
But that's a totally other. Yeah.
yeah,
That's a
another-
short ferment. This is like 3 minutes. This is like 2 days.
Yeah.
Right.
And the more
Rosella looks like a tiny little dragon fruit, right?
roselle is red.
It's not
Yeah.
like a berry. It's
No, it's a flower.
No, you're right.
Or
It's
like
a
a-
flower.
like a-
That's it. I
Yeah.
was
It's
just
not a
like, yes,
flower,
because
it's
I
a
thought
seed
it was
pod,
around
actually,
it.
isn't
My
it?
fantasy one just.
Yeah. Gooseberries are another thing. Has the gooseberries at his farm.
Oh.
Or used to.
Nice.
I love gooseberries. They're really unusual and they remind me of my childhood.
Mm.
Huckleberries from Quadra Island. Those
Mm.
don't come everywhere. Huckleberries.
thin. Is that what that?
Super tiny, even tinier. I made huckleberry jam a few times at Quadra.
Mm.
You had to pick a lot of huckleberries to get huckleberry jam.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Mm.
Like
It's
elderberries.
so good.
Elderberries are tiny.
Yeah. It's very tiny.
Love elderberry.
Yeah, all berries. I love berries.
I miss the cherry. I miss the fresh coconut
we,
cherries.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
We're done?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And if I have your email,
I
then
feel like if
Yes.
I go out, I won't want to come back. In,
No.
so it's just really warming.
Did you write down? Yes.
and I'll let you know about the bokashi,
Yes, I'm super keen on that.
and we'll do that at my physical place at the farm, so that yeah, it'll be easier.
This is one of these.
Yeah, I was
I got one for Christmas. Or I got one for Christmas.
during the great lockdown. There was lots of sales on.
I just have my phone actually. Digital.
Use the cash, kids. Come on, gotta use the
I
cash.
normally do. This is like one of the first times it was just.
Thank you.
What do you mean?
Did you take a blend?
Just timing as far as like going to the bank. I
Ah,
actually get to the bank to get cash. Like I don't like to use my card very often.
Yeah,
my card
yeah.
for you, like I usually get